bêtas sont on. Okay, good afternoon, bonjour, bon après-midi à tous. Bienvenue à ces premières DH Days. It's a great emotion to be here for this inaugural event. I'm Frederick Kaplan, the head of the Digital Humanities Institute at Epfl. And we're organizing this event today as a co-organization as the Epfl College of Humanities and the DH Center UNIL Epfl. About 8 years ago, we were organizing the DH 2014 conference, which served a bit as a starting point of the digital humanities adventure on the Lausanne campus. And in the meantime, digital humanities obviously have changed, and some of the things you're going to see in these 2 days is actually a bit of the new domains that digital humanities is impacting, or at least have interface with. Also, things that have changed is that both at UNIL and Epfl, chairs were created. PhD students in digital humanities have graduated. Some of these PhD students, sometimes co-supervised by UNIL and Epfl professors, now are also themselves professors. So it's an academic adventure which is going on and which is thriving. And we thought it was interesting to try to gather the Lausanne community, at least maybe once a year, to have the possibility not only of meeting each other and seeing the progress, but also to encounter other professional communities, either in Switzerland, but also in the world. That's why we have this mix of local ventures and international guests. But without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce Frédéric Herman, the Rector of University of Lausanne, for a couple of welcome words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm actually very happy to be here in a context where computational science meets social science and the humanities. I think it's revolutionizing many things in our society, and obviously does it in the academic world, but the impact it can have on society is tremendous, and I'll come back with an example for that. In that context, and it's been said before, I think the collaboration between the University of Lausanne and Epfl is essential. I was told it started 8 years ago in the context of a conference like today, where researchers from the two institutions interacted. They wanted to think bigger and then created all sorts of, launch a series of initiatives. The difference today, though, is that the collaboration is extended. It's extended to the media, to education beyond universities. It's also about patrimony, and we have people coming from all around the world. And for those who came far, thank you very much for being here with us for this couple of days. I think this interface between two institutions is extremely important. I also think the interface with society is essential. We're in a world that is changing fast. And we do have to think about the impact of our research. And for that, and in the context of that meeting, I would like to take an example. And it's a prize we've given to a researcher called Patrick Michel. I've actually seen him just a few minutes ago. I don't want to embarrass him. But we gave him the highest recognition at the University of Lausanne, which is the Prix de l'Université de Lausanne. And we wanted to congratulate him for his amazing work with his team, of course, on Palmyre. And for those who don't know, quite shortly after the Palmyre site in Syria was destroyed by the Islamic State, Patrick and his team went back to archives, so they're archaeologists, and then went back to archives, very, very rich archives, and from that they could reconstruct the site in 3 dimensions. And obviously, academically, it's very interesting. It's putting the past in a really modern context. It's also, we go from archaeology, we use new technology, and that has led to many exhibitions. One exhibition that has gone all around the world, it was at Harvard, it was at l'Institut du Monde Arabe in Paris, in Berlin, it was even at Epfl. It was an exhibition between our two institutions, of course. But what's even more remarkable is that this work also had an impact on the humanitarian level. And with the 3D rendering of the site, they could bring memory back to people who had lost absolutely everything. And that's actually the reason why I've chose that example, because this is, in terms of impact, really, really extraordinary. And it continues. Now, the methodology that they've developed is being used for refugees who have left Ukraine. So it shows that the story will continue. And maybe to conclude, I just want to say that as a rector of a university where there's a lot of people and colleagues who are working on topics like theater, literature, history, political science, languages, it's quite interesting that to see that all these fields provide means to identify to the great cycles of humanity and how they relate to their time. And that combined with digital science, we can amplify the impact. And coming back to what I was saying at the beginning, of collaboration with EPFL and this kind of event just reminds me that, and I think it's remarkable. And then on that, I wish you a very, very good conference for these 2 days. Thank you. And I think I let the president of EPFL, Martin Vettori, say a few words.
Frederick, I didn't quite understand what you meant by even at EPFL. So I'll have to say something even at University of Lausanne in a minute. So I apologize, I lost my voice yesterday and today, and I've had meetings where I was supposed to speak all day. So I'll last for about 30 seconds, so I'll try to say something during these 30 seconds. So I'm here, of course, it's a great pleasure to be here and to welcome you to EPFL, because we are on EPFL campus. And before I have prepared notes, let me say something personal. So the book that is on top of my pile of books on my night table is actually a book of history, right? It's not a book of technology or, mathematics or whatever. It has an interesting title. It's called The Gates of Europe. So by now, some people must know which book it is. The Gates of Europe, A History of Ukraine, right? So I also read it, of course, because of current events. But what's extremely interesting is that it's a fascinating book. It's a fascinating history. It's, of course, a difficult history. But I'm also astonished that this wealth of information is sort of in a format which, is very interesting. But, I sort of have the patience to read 500 pages. But I think most people will not read the book, even though it's fantastically well written. It's by a professor at Harvard. What I foresee is that, in some amount of time, the wealth of knowledge that is in a book like this, the fellow is, Ukrainian and professor of Ukrainian history at Harvard, so not all of us can afford, to have a chair in the history of Ukraine. That this wealth of information is sort of accessible to a generation of people who are, digital natives and who are used to, sort of take a mobile phone and quickly go to Wikipedia and go around and so on. And why am I saying this? I think that's, as you can see, it has nothing to do with my prepared notes. It's something that is going to happen, and it's going to happen when technologists and, sort of natural scientists, computer scientists, together with social scientists and humanists, will work together on the body of knowledge in a way that will make it more searchable, more extendable, permit new questions, new discoveries and so on, but also new outreach, okay? And I feel, I always talk with Bella Caposi, who is the head of our Collège des Humanités, and I say, we in the hard sciences and engineering sciences, we have boring problems. We have really boring problems because the questions are clear, and then you work hard, at some point you get the answer, right? Social sciences and humanities have really, really the interesting problems, right? Bella, you can confirm that I say this many times, because you have to invent the questions, okay? You have to agree on the questions, and you have to find the tools to pursue the questions. and then come back with the answer and maybe change the question. And this is much more complex and much more interesting than the vanilla sort of hardcore science that I'm used to. And that's why I find that digital humanities, to come to the point of my introduction, I find digital humanities particularly interesting. So EPFL has interacted with University of Lausanne in the context of the Center for Digital Humanities. We have, as I mentioned, Le Collège des Humanités, with a number of chairs of people who have a dual background in some sense in social sciences or humanities and in technology on, digital museology, on music theory, visualization and so on. And this lives only by having a very close interaction with University of Lausanne, even with University of Lausanne. See, I had to place it. No, this is of course where it emerged because we worked together on this. I don't think we would have done it alone. And therefore I'm super happy that there is this inaugural conference which sort of, typifies this very close interaction we have between an Institute of Technology and a comprehensive university. With this, I wish you a fantastic conference. And I just survived the 30 seconds, but I was happy to be able to say a few words as an introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. I'm giving the floor now to Bella Capossi, head of the College of Humanities, which is the home of the Digital Humanities at EPFL, and is really the person that wanted that conference for several years now, so I'm pretty happy that this has happened. The floor is yours, Bella.
Thank you very much, and welcome to everyone here to Lausanne. A very big thank you also to the rector of the University of Lausanne, Frédéric Hermand, and the president of EPFL, Martin Vettori, for having accepted to speak some words at the opening of this conference, which shows or confirms that digital humanities is at the heart of both universities, and particularly at the heart of the interaction between the two. I'm, as it was already mentioned, I'm the head of the College of Humanities at EPFL, which is a very special place. We defend the importance of social science and the humanities at EPFL, and at the same time, we also work on the interaction between the sciences and the humanities and social sciences. What we do is first of all, we offer lots of courses in the humanities at EPFL, about 150. Many of them, or the large majority, are given by teachers coming from UNIL. And so you have the whole range from psychology to history to philosophy to law, economics, and so on. And then, of course, we also work particularly, or we teach courses in the digital humanities writ large. This includes game studies, this includes digital museology, digital musicology or experimental musicology. We even have our proper exposition space for that called EPFL Pavilion. And then we have all sorts of research. Some of our researchers are pure humanists or social sciences, but who are very open to the natural sciences, computing, engineering. And then we have also an institute called the Digital Humanity Institute, the DHI, which is run by Frédéric Kaplan. And there very interesting things happen. As Martin Vettori said, we have people who have a dual background. Some of them come from, if you take the example of digital musicology, is a musicologist, is a philosopher, has a degree also in mathematics, but works very much in the digital humanities field. And we have other people who come from underwater archaeology originally, and now is one of the leading persons in immersive visualization systems at EPFL. So the reason I'm saying that is that having these dual profiles is very important, but you can't always have them. So what we try to do, particularly in the groups that we've established, for example, the Game Lab, UNIL EPFL, or Lausanne Time Machine, or other groups, we try to bring people together from different disciplines and see what happens. And we do the same thing in teaching. We set up several courses. broadly within the realm of digital humanities, where we bring students from UNIL together who come from history, art history, sociology, etc. And they have to work in groups with architects, with geoengineers, people who studies in metallurgy, and so on, physicists, mathematicians. And then there's something quite spectacular happens, and you can see some of the results down in the forum. And I think this is digital humanities, however you want to define it. It allows for a new kind of interdisciplinarity, a very generous one, a very courageous one, that seems to appeal not only to professors, but particularly to students. And they get a sense of different approaches to doing science, be it human-centered sciences or more computing sciences, and they pick up skills without becoming real masters in that field. They pick up skills that raise questions, allow them to raise questions about their own disciplines. And that's perhaps my concluding point, is that, as Martin Vettori said, he used the example of, it seems I'm also losing my voice, that went over quickly, that it allows us to form questions about our own disciplines, which is extremely important. And that's why in all the groups we also have historians in there. Of course, it is important to develop tools to OCR large historical corpuses or corpora, and to make them machine readable, but we also have to work very hard on the application, on the applicability of these new data within the fields of history, art history, vice versa. And that is where I think the collaboration, the close collaboration, DH, between UNIL and Epfl is particularly fruitful, of bringing people from their own disciplines together, from the various disciplines together, and to see to what extent that will help to rethink or bring forward methodologically, epistemologically, and otherwise our respective disciplines. So a very big welcome, and I hope you have a wonderful time here at Lausanne.
So he's a writer, he's a programmer, and he's also one of the academic directors of the DH Center and one of the co-organizers of this first DH Days, Isaac Pant.
Voilà, bonjour tout le monde. Je vais parler français parce que je vais vous parler un petit peu de plurilinguisme, donc c'était bizarre de vous parler aussi de plurilinguisme et de mélange de compétences en restant simplement toujours dans la même langue. Donc je vous parle un petit peu français pour vous dire que le DH Center est extrêmement content de prendre part à l'organisation de cet événement. Depuis 2018, le DH Center a pour objectif justement de rassembler les gens, comme le disait Bella tout à l'heure, favoriser l'innovation et puis essayer de créer le plus de synergie possible. Concrètement, comment est-ce que ça se fait? Première chose, il va s'agir d'accroître les dimensions des objets numériques. Autrement dit, regarder un texte, mais aussi peut-être un code informatique comme un texte, croiser les regards, poser un regard historique sur nos dispositifs, par exemple, etc., etc. La deuxième démarche, ça va être de soutenir aussi les personnes qui franchissent les frontières. Ce n'est pas forcément simple de quitter son champ de compétences pour aller vers un autre territoire. Il faut être soutenu, pas toujours facile de le faire à l'intérieur de son département, évidemment. Et puis la troisième démarche, qui est la plus centrale et qui me fait vous parler en français aujourd'hui, eh bien, c'est de pratiquer la langue de l'autre. Alors, ça paraît simple de pratiquer la langue de l'autre. Est-ce que ce ne serait pas plus simple pour moi de parler en anglais, comme ça il n'y aurait pas de bruit? Mais justement, j'aimerais vous renvoyer à une époque un petit peu plus ancienne, en 1941, quand les conférences Macy's commençaient à apparaître. Vous en avez peut-être entendu parler. C'était une idée un peu folle, l'idée qui consistait à dire, mais et si nous rassemblions en fait des personnes de différents champs disciplinaires pour interroger en particulier les questions de la communication humaine. Donc, rassembler des psychologues, mais aussi rassembler des informaticiens, enfin des logiciens, techniciens, psychologues, philosophes aussi, et hypnotiseurs potentiellement, qui se rassemblaient en fait sur une thématique très générale. Comment se sont passées ces différentes conférences Macy's? À la fois bien et mal. C'est-à-dire qu'elle se passait très bien par les différentes rencontres et mal aussi parce que parfois il y avait des frottements, des éléments sur lesquels on n'était pas d'accord. C'est-à-dire qu'on était, somme toute, en train de travailler sur des définitions, de redéfinir nos propres trajectoires. Alors, ce type de démarche peut sembler un peu contradictoire dans une époque où on pousse de plus en plus à l'excellence, à creuser vraiment sa trajectoire, à être le meilleur de son champ particulier. Et pourtant, les conférences Mésis qui se sont arrêtées, qui ont été considérées pendant un certain temps comme un échec scientifique, ont débouché sur un certain nombre de sciences qui font qu'on est partiellement aussi là aujourd'hui, à savoir la cybernétique, la théorie de l'information et les sciences cognitives. C'est vous dire à quel point, en fait, le fait de prendre ce risque de sortir de son territoire et d'aller à la rencontre de l'autre est absolument central, en particulier dans une démarche scientifique. Ça fait maintenant très longtemps, disons que je suis engagé dans ce champ en tant qu'enseignant aux sciences des langages dans le département des sciences du langage et de l'information et que par conséquent j'enseigne de l'informatique aux étudiants et étudiantes de lettres, quelque chose qui ne semble pas aller de soi mais qui en fait crée des liens extrêmement forts, des attitudes différentes et qui amènent à reconsidérer à chaque fois nos imaginaires. C'est le but de ces journées ici, on les a pensées sous un format qui s'oppose aux grandes habitudes qui sont celles de ces événements académiques. Plutôt entre nous, avec des spécialistes à chaque fois d'un champ très délimité, et puis qui parfois aussi renforcent un peu nos certitudes. Ici, l'idée, c'est véritablement d'ouvrir, c'est-à-dire d'offrir une opportunité aux personnes externes, au public général, d'augmenter son savoir sur ces thématiques. Vous savez que depuis 2017, la Confédération a incité toutes les institutions de formation à faire monter les compétences générales sur les questions numériques. Ça impose autant une compétence, on va dire, algorithmique, mais pas uniquement, c'est-à-dire développer de façon très large toutes les compétences qui peuvent amener à nous faire penser les défis qui sont les défis contemporains. Ce que je trouve assez amusant dans cette histoire, c'est que les conférences Mésis se sont intéressées en particulier et très rapidement aux enjeux qui sont liés à la communication et à l'interaction comme des éléments qui finalement étaient centraux et aussi portaient sur les enjeux de rétroaction. Comment à chaque fois en fait définir notre place et la reconfigurer par rapport aux autres. Ça fait un certain temps maintenant qu'en tant que directeur du DH Center, je suis amené à rencontrer aussi les gens de l'Epfl, que je comprends d'autant mieux quelle est la place de l'UNIL par rapport à ce type de structure. Et je pense que c'est le type de chemin que nous sommes amenés à faire toutes et tous, en particulier dans cette époque très particulière qui est vraiment celle d'une renaissance finalement. Plus que jamais, nous avons la possibilité de sortir de notre champ de compétences. Des murs sont en train de tomber partout autour de nous, que ce soit au sein de ma faculté, mais aussi de façon plus globale. Et pour cela, il faut vraiment qu'on aille confronter en fait, nos différentes conceptualisations et que nous échangions sur ces thématiques. C'est ce qu'on se propose de faire durant ces journées et de le partager avec vous au travers de l'éducation, au travers des questions sur les médias et au travers de l'héritage. Donc avec toujours au centre vraiment la préoccupation de travailler sur des objets qui nous concernent toutes et tous. Évidemment, ces journées n'épuisent pas toutes les thématiques qui concernent les Digital Humanities et même les champs voisins. Ce n'est pas du tout l'objectif. L'objectif, au contraire, c'est d'engager le début de conversation et d'espérer que ce soit dans le forum ou ensuite, eh bien, nous puissions partir sur de l'innovation, des collaborations et puis d'autres folies collectives. Merci beaucoup.
Merci Isaac. Donc nous commençons cette première session avec un thème qui est le thème des médias et du journalisme en particulier. C'est une session que nous avons co-organisée avec Munir Krishan et Limi, l'initiative pour Media Innovation. And most of our speakers are in English, so I'm going actually to switch back to English to introduce, just the general problematics. Maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago, when the blogs have arrived, some people said that actually it was the end of journalism because there would be all these thousands and thousands of bloggers that would do potentially their jobs. And obviously, journalists are still around. More recently, we saw very impressive performances of some AI system. And again, there was a question whether we will still have journalists in the future. And well, journalists are still around, at least for some time. What is sure still is that in the last 20 years, some shift have occurred, especially in the business model. Most actually newspapers now are getting more money out of the digital and out of the print. And they did this transformation in various ways. Some actually decided to open their content and get money through advertisement, and others did exactly the contrary, which is to close their content and have subscription-based business model. And certainly many models exist, but for the future of journalism, technology will play a role, and specifically the type of technology which are currently investigated by the digital humanities. This is why, I mean, we've been excited in trying actually to make a kind of encounter between these two words. As you may know, the RTS will actually, in a couple of years, arrive on the campus, and we'll have to think what is the best way of mixing academic research with the daily practice of journalism, how to build a very efficient interface between these two worlds. And so we thought having as a testimony of players that have been doing precisely that type of interface, I mean, working between the digital and the constraint of the world of journalism would be interesting. And this is the subject of this first day of the digital, of the DH days. Our first guest for this session has been working precisely at the interface between the digital and the technology. Just from June 1st, he got a new job. He's now leading the innovation in this domain at the Knight Foundation. But before that, for 5 years, he was at the head, he was the director of the Research and Development Unit of the New York Times. My big pleasure now is to introduce Marc Lavallee.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you everyone for being here today. This is my first in-person presentation in several years, and I was willing to get on a plane and come to Switzerland than do one more Zoom presentation, so thank you. As mentioned, Marc Lavallee, I'm now with Knight Foundation, previously at a number of other news organizations, and really for the last 20 years at this intersection of journalism and technology. I'm going to talk mostly about my time at the New York Times today, and some of the examples that I'm going to run through. So, news organizations, like many organizations these days, face a challenge of, particularly when it comes to innovation. There are thousands of things we can possibly do every single day in the news cycle, and there are only a few things that we can actually take action on. And so I think what we've found over the years is that a lot of innovation is actually deciding where to focus and going through and really finding ways to improve that decision-making process. So, when we built out a new research and development team at the New York Times, the beginning of the process looks very much like innovation. We've got sticky notes, we have strange devices, there's all kinds of collaboration happening. People walking by this in the newsroom say like, okay, the future is in there somewhere. But we also had a lot of pressure to actually show what this means to readers ultimately. So all this cool innovation ultimately needs to become tools that reporters can use and that people can see. We need to try these things out, in this case at the Oscars, to be able to help file photos more quickly. And ultimately, you need to find a way to get Brad Pitt onto the New York Times. So that is sort of how we set up the innovation to be able to go from the pure research all the way out to implementation and into readers' hands. One of the ways that we figured out how to do this over and over again, there are many models. A lot of them are the same, whether it's design thinking or something else. We use this that has been used in a bunch of places. I think it started with fighter pilots in World War II, of observing your environment, orienting yourself around the way that you want to frame a solution, deciding what you're going to do, and ultimately acting. So this is Googleable. You can find this. There are a lot of people who use it. I'm going to walk through each of these steps and show a few examples of how we apply this to journalism. So first, in talking about observation, it's very easy for news organizations to think about their organization outward and have an idea of who their audience is without ever actually getting out of the building and really confirming that. And so one of the things that we borrowed is this framework called Jobs to be Done. This is a pretty well-known framework. One of the best academics on innovation, Clayton Christensen, wrote a book about this a handful of years ago. And what it really helps do is put yourself in the mindset of consumers who decide if your product will solve a problem for them or not, and they essentially will either hire your product to solve the problem or they will fire the product if they find something better. One of the best examples I've come across is about McDonald's milkshakes. So very American here. McDonald's wanted to sell more milkshakes. They started looking at the data and realized that more than half of milkshakes are sold before 8:30 in the morning. And they wanted to know why. It turned out that a lot of people purchased milkshakes at the beginning of a long driving commute to work every morning. Another American problem. And the reason was that you could eat it one-handed, it would last a while, so they wouldn't be done with it immediately. And so they were going into a McDonald's looking for breakfast, and this was the best option available. So they were essentially hiring a milkshake, which we think of as a more of a dessert type thing, for breakfast because that's what they had. That's what they had to work with. So what McDonald's was able to do is realize they could make other things that solved that problem, but they could also just make it easier for people to get milkshakes in the morning, which is maybe one solution to the problem. But they did increase milkshake sales 7-fold, right? Just by thinking differently and trying to understand what it was that led people to want to purchase a milkshake in the morning, they had a much better understanding of how to serve that need. So the best example I have of this, of my entire career, that I draw a lot of inspiration from, is a site called 538, which started back in the 2008 presidential election cycle. And what the person who created this site, and still running today, Nate Silver, what he realized was that there's a way to be able to take all of the polling data that happens around a presidential election and answer the question people want an answer to, which is who is going to be elected president, not 6 months ahead of the election in one state, who's ahead and who's behind. And he did this by applying statistics to all of the polls and weighting them based on their prior accuracy and their methodology and all these things that he understood as an expert in this field. But he did so in a way that, again, answered the question that people wanted, right? So a lot of people ended up hiring 538 to serve this need over many months of the election cycle, and in some ways fired other publications that were doing it the old-fashioned way, like the Washington Post and New York Times and things like that. So the Times ended up hiring him later on, and this model of predictive journalism has been replicated in a bunch of other places as well, because it's just a much better way of thinking about a need from a consumer or reader perspective. So that's been really helpful in thinking about when we want to apply emerging technologies and when we want to try new things, are we doing it in a way that's actually solving a person's need, or are we just trying something out because it seems new and cool and interesting? Another big leap for us was in orienting the way that we did our research around ultimately trying to, not surprisingly, publish journalism. Think about areas of emerging technology and boiling them down to how they can help us with a specific story. So one example here is a few years back, we were doing a lot with computer vision in this field of computer vision called pose estimation, right? To really be able to understand, in this case, you have a tennis match at the US Open. Using computer vision, how can we understand more of what's actually happening with the gameplay? This was really interesting. We had a person on staff who was doing this for the better part of a year, and he was just trying one thing after another to try to figure out where the story was. So charts and visuals are just kind of flying out of his desk, so you could see all the footfalls, you could turn it into a heat map, things like that. But the challenge was, for us, was trying to take what he was working on and actually put it in the context of a story that people would be interested in, right? Who would hire the New York Times to understand something better about tennis that would be driven by computer vision? So in absence of that, after spending a lot of time, what we did was we changed direction, and we were lucky. Some of the silver linings of the pandemic, where with the Olympics last summer in Tokyo, we had an extra year to work on something for that. So we switched gears to swimming, and we did some stuff with track and field as well. So we were able to apply a lot of the same stuff that we'd worked on to, this is mapping the heads of swimmers in the pool, and with one of our folks on site, getting 30 frames per second of every swimming match, what we're able to do is get a highly detailed understanding of the exact speed and differential in speed of every swimmer, again, 30 frames a second. So we could ultimately take something like this and put it into a visual to be able to explain something in a way that I think is really hard to understand when you're watching swimming at the Olympics on television, where the difference between a gold medal and 4th place can be just a couple of seconds in the case of this relay, of understanding exactly where and who and how the team won, the Australian team, and you know, for certain bursts that you saw, whether or not those are actually effective in being able to place on the medal podium. So this is an example of being able to work with the data and work with colleagues in the newsroom to be able to really understand what's a story that's interesting that wants to be told, that's taking the technology and working with it. And I think the other thing about this is when you start thinking about applications of technology like this in the context of stories, it's a lot easier to explain to colleagues in the newsroom, because they see something like the potential of this story around the Olympics and they get excited. And if you're trying to explain, oh, AI can do this and that and this other thing and so on, journalists are generally some of the best BS detectors in the world, and that sets those meters off very quickly. So that helps in being able to frame a lot of the experiments and things like that, but generally there's still many more things that you can do than you actually have the time and resources to be able to do. So the next piece for us was figuring out how to make decisions between all these cool things that people were working on to know really where to place bets. And a lot of organizations over the past, I'd say decade in particular, have really thought about what their North Star is, right? There's a lot of literature about this. I think one of the famous examples is Netflix, where they decided pretty early on that what they cared about was number of minutes watched per month. So it didn't matter if they mailed you a DVD or you had Netflix running on your PlayStation. They would just track the number of minutes watched, and that would help them understand if they are doing a better job serving you as a customer or a worse job. They also don't really care what you're watching and things like that. In my experience, I found it incredibly hard for journalism, and I would wager this is true for many areas of digital humanities, to come up with a single business-minded metric when you're talking about so many things that have a factor of an influence on society, or what you're really trying to do is understand quality and improvements along those lines. So not to throw that whole framework away, but what we tried to do was something a little bit different, and think about, for us, some of the principles of journalism and where we see opportunities to improve, and think about trajectories of improvement, right? So just to run through a couple of these, this is not an exhaustive list, but I just wanted to float a few, for example. It's important, if you're an organization like the New York Times, for it to be comprehensive, right? That someone has a sense that when they're done reading the Times in a given day, that they have read all of the news that's fit to print, is the old motto. It's also important that it be accessible, and this has many definitions for us. That's language, it's literacy, but also a lot of the investments in visual journalism are about trying to make complex things easier to understand, not just for a wider audience, but for an audience where people are doing 30 things at the same time, and they just need to have that basic understanding. It's also important for the journalism to feel and be representative of the community it's serving, and for people of those communities to be able to see that. The reporters and the television anchors should look like the community that they're part of. The quotes and experts interviewed should be part of that community. And finally, if these things are all building on top of each other, all of those things help make the news coming out of an organization more trustable, but that's not the end of that story, right? Showing more of the evidence behind the reporting and giving people the opportunity to interrogate themselves is incredibly important as well. So we had all kinds of opportunities and experiments flying in from every direction. We could kind of start to understand which of these levers does that move, and that also helped us start to make decisions that were comparable to each other. So even if we had two ideas that would do completely different things, we could start to understand if that was going to move one of these more than the other. It's also helpful in the way I made this because there's an acronym, CART, which makes it easy to understand. There's the cart. If you have a cart, you need a horse. So the horse here is to be able to help make filtering decisions, to be able to, once you have a smaller set of things to work with, to be able to say, is it this idea, particularly when dealing with AI, going to introduce any harms to the newsroom, to readers, audiences, et cetera? Is it driving toward the outcomes that we actually care about? Are there additional risks that we need to weigh? Well, at scale, we think about individual stories to be able to try things for the first time, but in the back of our heads, we need to be understanding, is this something that we would be able to use frequently? Is it, pose estimation going to be something we're applying a lot, or is it going back in the shelf for another 2 years until the next Olympics? And then finally, no matter what size organization you are, you're always trying to figure out how expensive are these things going to be, and again, is it something that you're going to be able to do repeatedly? So to use a quick example of how we ran through this a couple of years back, we used facial recognition on the live stream of the royal wedding of Harry and Meghan. And this, even at the time, was a controversial technology, and so there are many places where we knew we weren't going to ever use it. But one of the reasons why, in going through that checklist, particularly with the harms, where we felt comfortable with this, was that it was a highly public event, 1 billion people watched it. The people attending had no expectation of privacy. They were well known. We were able to train a model specifically because there were about 400 attendees. We knew who they were. So you can see we sort of went through this list and interrogated all of these questions. But it also gave us an opportunity not only to try the technology, but figure out the story. So here, what was important to us was less about being able to help you identify some of the most famous people in the world. I think a lot of us can pull Oprah Winfrey or Elton John out of a crowd. But it was to be able to answer questions about why somebody was there, right? Why is James Corden at the royal wedding? Why is Serena Williams at the royal wedding? So these lower thirds that would appear automatically would answer the question that you might have as you're formulating the question itself. And so being able to do that work with the newsroom and preparing all of that so that when this as a live event was something that basically in an automated fashion, we were able to deliver a more comprehensive, more accessible service was a worthwhile experiment. So finally, if you do all that stuff, the whole thing about being able to act is being poised to be able to move quickly when news happens, right? We can't always plan around as something like the Olympics or a royal wedding or things like that. So you can do all of this kind of flying drones around in upstate New York, and anybody who wants to come to New York and fly drones, I'm always available. But doing all of that prep work means that you're ready when something like this happens, a hurricane hitting the Bahamas, to be able to put people on the ground and be able to find the story, in this case about a Haitian community whose whole area was destroyed and they weren't allowed to rebuild, and be able to tell that story in a way that helps readers understand visually and viscerally what actually happened and show the evidence in a trustable way of what's going on there, but also be able to try new things to be able to, in this case, because this is using a technique called photogrammetry, be able to have a very large 3D rendering of this that you collect all the material of on the ground, but then after the fact decide exactly how you want to take readers through that story instead of relying just on the video capture itself. And so that gave us the opportunity to really know how we were going to tell this story in a better way than with just traditional material alone. So to recap, for us in being able to go from these really interesting areas of emerging technology all the way to some of the stories that you may have seen over the past handful of years, really understanding the jobs to be done from a consumer perspective was incredibly helpful to us. Thinking about stories as that core interaction, the thing people expect of the New York Times, the thing that we need to deliver, and not really trying to mess with the idea of a story, but just working within that framework. Deciding basically building off of some of these basic things like North Stars and things like that, but knowing that to really make the decisions that are most meaningful for us, we needed to invest a lot of time in understanding how to decide. And then finally being poised to act quickly and have people on staff with the skills to be able to go, for instance, get on a plane and go to the Bahamas to be able to actually make the work real for people at the end of the day. So with that, thank you very much, and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mark. You'll have opportunity to ask questions to Mark during the round table. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce our second guest, Jeremy Gilbert. He actually went back to academia after a long series of years in the journalism industry. He's now at Northwestern with a night chair in digital media strategy. But before that, he was doing digital media strategy at the Washington Post, and a bit before this at the National Geographic. Please welcome Jeremy Gilbert.
So I feel very much a kinship with digital humanities. I think in a lot of ways, the kinds of work that Mark and I do and have done at professional media companies is very akin to what digital humanities means to the academy, meaning that the best and the most compelling work is fundamentally interdisciplinary and also probably also sometimes misunderstood by our colleagues. And I think that that's a strong through thread, is that the experimental process that we follow hopefully inevitably results in impact that eventually leads to widespread adoption. I myself have spent my career dipping in and out of teaching, dipping in and out of research, and very much engaging in practice. I still feel and hope, aspire to be a journalist who happens to work at a university rather than an academic who is interested in journalism. I spent some time working in digital startups. I have very much been involved in news at the local and national level. I've done some teaching of both professional journalists and student journalists, and spent, as you heard, time at both National Geographic and the Washington Post, helping legacy organizations adapt to a digital model and to really, truly focus on what it means to develop a strategy, both around technology, but also around the business model of journalism. What I do today is lead Northwestern's Night Lab inside of our School of Journalism, but collaborating very closely around human-centered design and the use of technology. And I think in somewhat the way that we've already talked about today, what we have to do is confront the role that technology plays, but not just the role of technology, but our expectations around technology. That there exists this bipolar view of the impact that technology will have on various disciplines, on various industries. One side of that pole is this techno-optimist view that sort of suggests we haven't invented it yet. Often they haven't invented it yet. But that the technology, when we do have it, will solve all of our problems. We will never sweep again. We will never make our own meals. We'll never have to choose what to wear. An algorithm, a robot, a system, a new way of thinking, a new tool will supply what we need. And on the other pole is this idea that technology itself will destroy us, that it is absolutely hopeless. And that I don't know how many of you have been in a newsroom, but I think reporters are more fond of the latter than the former. It is always, will the machine come and take my job? Why is it that journalism isn't doing better? Well, technology has stolen from us this thing that made us special. And not shockingly, the truth lies in between. And part of it is that I think the very framing of artificial intelligence has become so complicated and so filled with perhaps incorrect meaning that it is very difficult to have a conversation about technology in newsrooms and about artificial intelligence and still be rooted in the real world impact of these technologies. And part of that problem is this sense, and I am not a computer scientist, this sense that very soon, in the very near future, general AI is coming. And you see this especially in the media coverage of statements by engineers at Google suggesting that maybe AI has already become sentient. And this idea that general AI is out there, that AI is out there that will replicate how people think. It's possible. I am not in position to judge it, but I am in position to judge that if we pursue general AI, we are unlikely ever to get there, and that in the moment, we'll really struggle with what the moral and ethical impacts of a thing that is not here. And we'll paralyze ourselves because the outputs are never what we imagine them to be. So the incredible work of GPT-3, which is not a general AI system, but certainly intends to represent general AI, at least in the area of written word. Even pursuing that, even suggesting, is that a replacement for humans, is probably not the kind of AI that we should be talking about when we talk about digital humanities, or even when we talk about technology and journalism. Instead, narrow AI is really where things are at. So what do I mean by that? So the first time I worked at Northwestern University, we did some of the earliest, at least at Northwestern, collaborations between computer science and journalism. So we took about a dozen students, journalism graduate students and computer science students, mostly undergraduates, and we said, we want to solve real-world media problems. So what's an example of this? One of the first things we tackled was natural language generation. So could we use data that we had access to and tell machine-generated stories that are worthwhile? And so we started, as technology often does, by working backwards. So I made my students read hundreds of baseball stories written by the Associated Press that were from human writers who went to games, and then divine what could be written if you didn't go to the game, if you only had statistics. And in 2009, we were quite capable of producing a story that looked a lot like what the Associated Press wrote, without us ever going to the game. Okay, so where are we today? Well, today, unfortunately, we're almost in exactly the same place. And very much as Mark had alluded to before, we haven't necessarily solved what is actually the use case for any of this technology, right? So this is my son's 8-year-old baseball game, converted first to statistics by a parent who tapped in as every foul ball was hit or every fly ball was caught, and then written by a machine describing each of the children that were there. So in a way, this is kind of amazing. When we did the first project in 2009, it was very difficult to do natural language generation of journalistic stories. Today, it's relatively easy. So it is possible to write tens of thousands of stories about individuals, children playing baseball. The only problem is the only people who care probably already went to the game. And if they didn't go, at least in the case of my family members, my wife has lovingly and carefully created an Instagram reel that actually shows our child playing and not just recites the stat line for their journalism or as journalism. And so the question becomes, how do we employ this narrow AI? No one is going to confuse this with a story written by a human, but also no human is going to write this story because there is no one to read it. And so we have to ask ourselves this question. Obviously, AI is not alive, or at least most people don't think so yet. But does that mean that AI cannot be successful? I would also argue no. Is AI dying? There is a lot of this conversation, at least in my Twitter feed right now, about whether we're in an AI winter. Is the funding drying up? Have we overpromised, which is definitely a risk? Have we overpromised what AI would do, and therefore the people who use AI are disappointed? And so the question is AI hopeless? I would say not, but we have to re-educate ourselves, and we have to acknowledge, especially in a journalistic capacity, what do we even mean by AI? This is, I would argue, one of the ironies about talking about AI, is that when AI works, it is almost magically seamless, right? I don't know that any of us believe anymore that it is artificial intelligence to correct my spelling, or in some cases, to correct my grammar. Sometimes it's wrong, but often it happens absolutely seamlessly. And so one of the challenges when we talk about technology and tools in journalism is that no journalist that I know would dispute that it is valuable to have spell checking. But most journalists that I know are afraid that AI will take their job. And this dichotomy can exist simultaneously because we have this ever-shifting idea of what AI is. AI is a thing that does not already exist, and therefore it can be frightening, where the AI that does exist, even though sometimes it changes words into things I don't want them to be, is very valuable. And this applies to transcription, it applies to translation, it applies to some of the computer vision examples that Mark has shown. And I think journalists have this tendency to reinforce this fear of AI, even when we're talking about industries that have nothing to do with AI. So in the last week, the Wall Street Journal was looking at, in the United States, trucking, long-haul trucking, very large trucks, are a really important thing. It's the way that most goods actually get to people's houses. And so what you see is that the author of the article says the United States does not have enough truck drivers, and that maybe automation is the solution to this widespread shortage of people willing to drive for 8 to 10 hours a day to deliver goods. You might also say, why don't they use trains? Why don't they do other things? We're not even going to assess that problem or question. But simultaneously in the same article, he also says 500,000 jobs will be lost if we successfully automate. And so we have we've captured this tension, this idea that simultaneously technology will fulfill this gap. I'm not really sure that automation is in the near term going to solve the fact that 80,000 people don't want to drive all day. And it's probably also not going to eliminate 500,000 jobs, or at least those people won't be jobless. They will go on to do other things. And so when we look at AI technology, and especially at Northwestern in a very interdisciplinary way, this is not exclusively my work, when we think about artificial intelligence, what we have come to believe is that we need to interrogate the way that we use technology and especially the way that we use AI in the same way that we might assess something else. So our partner in this project, the Center for Advancing the Safety of Machine Intelligence, which is called CASME, is actually Underwriters Laboratory. And I don't know if you have Underwriters Laboratory here, but in the United States, Underwriters Laboratory has this very long history that started with saying, how can we make electricity safe? And if you think about it, electricity and artificial intelligence are not that radically different, at least at their inception. So there was a point at which our homes were basically dark, our businesses ran on the burning of coal or wood, and when electricity was invented, it was amazing. Instantly, quietly, cleanly, relatively speaking, safely, you could illuminate your home, except when it wasn't safe. And Underwriters Laboratory exists solely because sometimes those electrical lines burst into flames. And so the question I think we need to be asking ourselves, especially around journalism, is when is artificial intelligence actually safe? The specific narrow application that we are talking about in journalism. I'm going to talk about the 4 ways that we apply it. And how can we go about really assessing it? And I think it's very important to think about what are the areas of assessment. So at least at CASME, we're talking about data, algorithms, interaction, and evaluation. So one challenge is that when we get data to work with, and I think this is absolutely the same for researchers as it is for journalists, it's often almost feels like the thing itself. Just getting the information is such an achievement that do we actually ask the questions we should about how complete the information is? Who compiled the information? Why are some things included and other things not included in the information? When we, as we always need to do, clean the data, what did we take out? Why did we take it out? Can we defend why some things are included and other things are not? And what are the biases along the way that were baked into interpreting the data, analyzing the data, or even gathering it? And then the challenge, and this is not always the case, but as algorithms get more complex and more sophisticated, more often we need to use algorithms that we ourselves did not create. And in doing so, we run into this challenge where we might not know what assumptions this system is making, why it is working the way it is working, again, what biases are baked in, and we might test against our own assumptions, which I would hope you know as researchers, it's very easy to be successful in a test when you are really working towards your own solution. And so we're really trying to assess algorithms, especially in journalistic uses, when we look at large data sets like the Panama Papers or the Pandora Project. How do we know that these third-party algorithms we use are actually delivering the information that we want and expect? And then when we think about interaction models, are we introducing issues just in the user experience, the user interface that allows us to access these tools? Are we biasing or pushing someone towards one piece of information instead of another? And then finally, when we measure, and Mark talked very eloquently about this, is the work that we have done actually living up to our goals? We can use algorithms, we can use tools, we can use techniques, but does it do what we need? And do we have a meaningful way to measure whether those outcomes are worthy? Especially when you're talking about storytelling, especially when you're trying to mitigate harm, as I would argue the best of journalism does. Are we reaching our own goals? And do we know when we have reached them? And so what I would argue is that a safer space, at least in news and media, is to talk about automation. No one doubts that automation of spell checking, automation of transcription is, or few people doubt, is a good thing. And it feels a little bit safer. And so what does that look like? Well, one thing it looks like is that automation is a team sport. And in this way, it is absolutely like digital humanities, where gathering more people surfaces challenges that you would not otherwise have. So one of the programs that my lab is involved in is Journalism AI. Journalism AI just launched a new fellowship project. We have 10 teams made up of different journalists and technologists from around the world, and they are working on 10 different projects. One example of a project that we have done in this program is the Political Misogynistic Discourse Monitor. And the whole idea here is that specifically in Brazilian elections, there is a lot of misogyny baked into social media discourse about the election, sometimes even from the politicians themselves. And there are a lot of politicians. A Brazilian election has more than 400 seats in that way. It's very like the US. And so what this relatively small feminist newsroom in Brazil needed was a way to understand who was flying under the radar saying hateful things that people didn't even know they did. And so a team of people from the States, of people from Chile and Brazil worked on this project. And one of the things that we discovered is that language models in Portuguese, especially Brazilian Portuguese, are wildly underdeveloped relative to English. It might be really obvious to you, but it was not obvious to us. And so only through this collaboration, the internationalization of this particular project, did we realize some of the limitations of the technology. So the 4 key areas that we are looking at are around how do we find stories? What form do those stories take? When and where do people need them? When will they really consume them? That sort of job to be done that Mark was talking about. And how can we financially support storytelling using AI and AI-like technologies? And so we tend to talk about, or I tend to talk about in my lab, creation, consumption, distribution, and monetization. And these technologies' impact on each of those 4 areas is really critical for the stories we want to tell and the enterprises that tell them. And so if you think about creation, there are a lot of different ways that technology has changed journalism. But one thing that I think that you can see is that relatively few of the journalists in the press room, this is at the White House in Washington, D.C., are looking down because they're not handwriting notes. Why are they not handwriting notes? Well, they're not handwriting notes because they are recording and auto-transcribing everything that is being said. And so the very use of these narrow AI systems, like Otter AI and others, that translate speech into text, enable a different kind of workflow, and in particular allowed reporters at the Washington Post to much more quickly file stories because we could stream the audio, transcribe the audio, and have people writing off the audio even while journalists in the room are writing other questions. And we could think about consumption differently. For example, and I don't mean to pick on the New York Times particularly because Mark is here, but the New York Times in some ways is an agenda-setting news organization. And it's agenda-setting because it presents one face to the world, especially in print, but to some degree also in digital, that says these are the most important things. But we know from things like Netflix that the face presented to the world can vary wildly in terms of what people are interested in, what people are capable of. This does not mean that we need to give up our role as journalists in terms of saying what is important, but does mean that we probably need to acknowledge that some stories are more interesting to others than others to an individual, and that we have the responsibility to tell the important stories in the way that is compelling, rather than saying we have the responsibility of the consumer to read the stories that we think are important, even if they're not compelling. And so what we can do with AI technologies is personalization and customization in some meaningful ways, and I'll talk about a couple of examples of that in a second. And then finally, AI can make the act of distributing journalism much more practical because it can allow journalists to tell a story and then push it out over multiple channels. It can help us select the right photo for the right distribution channel. It can help us know when a story should be told in text or a story should be told visually. It can simplify a video and make it shorter or longer based on cues given by humans. And so we can start to think about how do we solve those specific problems using narrow AI. And we can think about when customization and personalization intersect with distribution. So in this particular case at the Washington Post, my team we created a system that took various different narrow AIs and strung them together to create a singular product. So we read and analyzed data from election results. We used this natural language generation technique to write a script. We used text-to-speech technology to record an audio clip. And then we used geolocation, meaning we took an advertising spot on our own podcasts and dropped in election updates about what was happening in your particular state at the particular moment that you listened to the audio, regardless of when the podcast was made. And so again, by stitching together existing narrow AI systems, we were able to create this sort of end-to-end product we never could have otherwise made. And finally, we can think about monetization very differently. As I was flying over here, I thought very much about the fact that everyone on the flight had essentially the same experience. Some people have a little more space, some people have a little less, but what you get has nothing to do with what you pay for generally. And I think we also have to think about, in many ways, news organizations are where gasoline distributors are today, where they very much have to say there's a one-size-fits-all price for whatever you want. You know, everyone gets it at the same price. And AI systems are allowing us to be much more thoughtful about the offers we make, the prices we charge, et cetera. And the Globe and Mail is a good example of this. They have made a personalized paywall. So where is my lab working on these kinds of challenges? We're thinking a lot about photo selection. In a world in which every story needs an image, how can we help humans better select photos, not just based on what entities are involved, but what other photos have been used by that news organization recently? So we can sort of combat the bias of, I have already seen that photo. We are thinking about translation. I know lots of news organizations are doing this, but can we simplify the translation from English, for example, into other languages? Can we play with the reading level? Can we make news accessible to people who have higher or lower education levels off of the same human written story? Can we look at the reading level, the complexity of language? Can we enable micropayments so that we can get around, in some cases, the unfortunate choice of advertising or subscription? Can we think about how to show and hide background information just based on your browser history? Very much similar to photo selection. Can we choose videos more effectively or segments from videos based on what you need? And can we detect bias in our own speech, in the photos that we choose, in the sources that we pick? And all of these are possible because of the use of, again, narrow AI. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thanks a lot, Jerry. Our next speaker is a specialist in natural language processing for the digital humanities, and she's been applying as directing the Impressor project, this type of technology for trying to make the most of newspapers archive. Please welcome Maud Herman.
So after these presentations on the tools, the objective and the challenge of journalism today, with this presentation I propose to look back and to look at historical newspapers. So newspapers have been with us since a long time, and they have been published since centuries on a very regular basis. They report on all kinds of matters. They have been recording war and minor events. They report about international, national, and local affairs, and they document daily life. They also reflect the context in which they were produced, and in a word, they keep track of the great and the small history, and today they hold a very diverse, dense, and continuous information. So I'd like to propose to look at what has been written for the past 200 years by these journalists, at that time still often with pen and paper, by people who were actually not yet called journalists. So today, these sources are very valuable for historians. We are using them since long to investigate many historical questions, and this interest of historians in these sources is all the more important since the traditional barrier to the use of historical newspaper, mainly difficult access and very tedious exploration, this barrier has started to fall thanks to digitalization. So if 10 years ago you needed to turn a lot of pages and to read countless articles in millions of issues, such as you can see here in the British libraries, nowadays, there are many libraries and archives who propose to see the facsimile of newspaper via online portals, as well as to search in the text which have been extracted via optical character recognition. So this is a huge step ahead in terms of preservation and in terms of access. However, keyword search is not always satisfying. There are problems of too many hits, too many results, irrelevant results, and as well as false negative due to OCR mistake. And what is more, paradoxically, if the data is there and available, it is still too big to be explored, and researchers are completely overwhelmed by this wealth of text. So it has both sides. On the one side, it's a gold mine for historians. You can find a lot of things, but when it comes to exploring it, it's a bit of a coal mine, and it's very, very tedious. So if we ask historians how would like us or people with technology to help you, here are some examples of what they say. They would like that we help them to expand their query based on common OCR mistakes and spelling variants. So for example, if someone will look for government in German, it would be nice if a tool could suggest a word of similar variants or semantically close to this word, and for this we can have the support of lexical processing. Another request which comes often from historians is to find the frequency of a word. so far so good, but in article in a certain type or certain thematic. And this echoes the need as well to be able to distinguish between real occurrences and things that perhaps are of less interest, such as meteo pages or stock market. So for this, we need to segment the facsimile of the newspapers and give them semantic categories. And here again, we can rely on computer vision and natural language processing technique to help us. Another query, very, very common, I would like to find this person in the newspaper and I want the right one, I don't want the homonyms, and I will be happy to know with whom this person has been mentioned in the corpus, and possibly also to know if this article was about the person or was written by these persons. And there are many other queries. For this, we can have the support of named entity processing from natural language processing. And there are many other techniques, many other requests from historians. They would like to discover similar items, to appreciate the high-level thematics of the corpus, and to be able to collect their own collection based on metadata, but not only. So we can see that there is a need to go much more far than only keyword search, and we can ask the question of how we can enable semantic indexing of large collection of historic newspapers. So this was the objective of Impresso, a project of 3 years financed by the Swiss National Science Foundation between 2017 and 2020. This project is still maintained, and it was carried out by 3 main partners: the DH Lab at Epfl Lausanne, the Institute of Computational Linguistics from Zurich University, and the Center for Contemporary and Digital History from the Luxembourg University. We also received the support of associated partners who provided us with the data and helped us with co-design and historical research questions. So the team behind the project is highly interdisciplinary. You have people who came from natural language processing or digital humanities, also people with engineering background, web developers and designers, and naturally historians. I take this opportunity to thank all the team. I'm really only the spokesperson here. We also had associated researchers to help us. So that was the team, and this was our plan. So very briefly, we had the following main step. First, we gather archive from different countries, in our case, Switzerland and Luxembourg. This newspaper archive came in French, in German, and in Luxembourg. Then once we have the data, we prepare them, and we apply tools to extract information and enrich them with semantic annotation. And then comes the problem of the objective is to make them accessible, so we design and develop an interface in order to interact and visualize with these sources and these semantic enrichments. And finally, once all this done, then the next step is to do historical research. So while carrying out this objective, I've been facing 5 main challenges that I will briefly outline here. The first one relates to digitized newspaper silos with 2 main issues. The first one, 2 main issues, coverage and accessibility. So regarding coverage, a survey has shown that only 10% of newspaper holding has been digitized by libraries. So this is very partial, and we need to keep this in mind. And even if newspapers are digitized, it doesn't mean that they are accessible. Here you see the profile of European digitized newspaper, and here you see the profile of those which are available in open access. So we have digitized collection, but only partially, and they are not always available. So we are kind of facing tensions between the coverage and homogeneity of the corpus that we can build. And here, historians would like to have, for sure, a homogeneous data set, but then it will be perfect, but it likely will be small. And if we want really to reach high coverage, we will have something like Google Books, but then it will be perhaps less perfect. And today, newspapers are a bit in between, and with current digitization, the situation will improve, but there is still this tension, and this is not always compatible with the research practice of historians. Nevertheless, we go ahead and we collected the sources. This was not easy. That was what we call actually a data acquisition crusade. And it turned out that the amount of administrative effort that we had to deploy to really collect the data really suffers a comparison with technical development. So that was the first challenge, to acquire the data. Then we have it, and what comes to us is quite big, and to put it frankly, a bit messy. So what comes to us? Well, we have 3 things. First, we have files from the OCR, which come in different formats. Then we have files for the images, which come in different formats. And then we have files for the metadata, which come from in different formats. So first, the main thing we have to do is to process it and to make it processible large scale, because it's quite large data. And what we actually do is to normalize, meaning that we bring everything to a common representation. And each time we do this, we are at risk of losing information. when doing this, we encounter quite some surprises and some problems. Regarding OCR, we had the problem of empty folder, corrupted archive, and many data inconsistencies. So we thought it come perhaps from the step before. Nevertheless, we could not do nothing but try to collect information systematically about these problems. The problem with images always come with the box coordinates, which are not always correct, and with metadata, the files are far from being complete and standard. So I want to highlight here that even before processing the text with text mining tool, there is a whole world of hidden step, which is really laying the ground for everything, and it's quite invisible, although it's laborious and very tedious. And in this context of big data, it's quite a challenge to care about quality. Once we have the data ready to be processed, we wanted to really start processing it, but then we face the problem of noisy and historical text. So here you see the frequency of the term gazelle in Swiss newspaper, and you see a peak of occurrence of this animal in the middle of the 19th century. And obviously, there was not a lot of gazelle in Switzerland, but rather a lot of gazettes, such as the one of Lausanne. So this is really the problem of OCR. We can have different strategies to face this problem, and one is obviously to redo the OCR, so to improve the model to do them. We have worked, the colleague from Zurich have worked on fracture fonts, and they have deployed some models, and there is really the possibility to improve the result by a large margin, as you can see here. And this result actually motivated the archive holder to open its archive, to redigitize, to have better scan of better quality, so that was nice. Since OCR model were not our primary objective, we also deploy what we call OCR quality assessment, where we want to compute the quality of OCR of an article to allow users to estimate the completeness of their research. So this is a measure which focuses on content word and which is meant to be easily understandable by non-technician people. So despite this challenge of OCR and of noise, we apply a series of natural language processing. First, we start with lexical processing. We identify the language of an article, normalize the spelling of historical variants, compute word embedding. As I said, we also compute OCR quality. We apply topic modeling, where we try to identify the topics of each article in the newspapers. We also compute, identify, categorize, and link to external database named entities which appear in the text, person, location, and organization. We also compute text reuse, which is the identification of similar passage, copy-paste, if you want, between different articles, and then they are clustered together into cluster of similar passages. We also compute image similarity to have a visual search, and we develop a recommender system and also extraction of keyword phrase. So what I want to say here is that the technology that we inherit from natural language processing are quite orthogonal to what archives are proposing today, and there is a huge time and domain adaptation problem for this technology. Once we have this, sorry, I missed the slide, so that's the challenge I was just talking about. And there is also the problem of the application context. NLP methods are just being applied in this historical and human science context, and the tool must be really tailored to the research question and the need of historians. Then once we have enriched the data, comes the question of how we can accommodate text analysis research and their usage by humanities scholars. And here our answer to this challenge was really co-design and fast prototyping. So we really work in continuous exchange with all the people in the project to evaluate, iterate, and validate things together via workshop and many other events. So what you see represented here on the picture is all the soul of the project. You have librarians, archivists, computer scientists, computational linguists, and historians. We kind of took up the challenge to really create something which can be really helpful for historians. So concretely speaking, we started from historical research scenario by historians and from mock-ups from designers, such as this one. And then we iterated via several workshops, collecting feedback. Here on the left, you see the ground zero of the interface, and we ask feedback from user with this sheet, which you see on the right, highlighting the strengths and the weaknesses for each component and functionality of the interface. Via iteration, via workshop, many workshops, after having identified the very common scenario, how do I plot a timeline, then more original user need really started to emerge, and we can say that every component of the interface is really the result of a long series of discussion and have seen many transitions. We can take one example. When we started with a need to compare collection, you are here on the right, on the left, sorry, the first version, which was not satisfying. Then a second attempt in the middle, and finally on the right, something which led to the component as it is today. It's certainly not the last version, but it is really the result of many variations. So the main advantage of this co-design approach is that it is very inclusive, and we managed to really put all discipline thoughts and expertise in this. Then, if we have new ways to engage with data, this means also a new way to use it. And here it is more the challenge for the historians who have been trained to work in very precise manner, and here they are confronted with data which is algorithmically generated, which is imperfect, and what is more, which kind of changing a bit all the time. So there is no perfect solution for this. It's an open question, but the historians from the colleague from Luxembourg have really highlighted the fact that if you have a nice interface, doesn't mean that it is perfect, and if you have something which is not perfect, doesn't mean that it's completely useless. And the two guiding principles of the interface were really transparency, where you always try to give information to the user about what am I looking at, so really to make things transparent, and generosity in order to propose new things. So with this, I would like to do a demonstration. I will take as a seed example one of the historical scenarios that we have, which is the Battle of Arnhem, which is an airborne operation in the Second World War, where the Allied troops tried to go through Germany via the German border. They dropped soldiers in enemy territory, and these soldiers had the mission to secure the bridges. This operation ultimately failed, but it was one of our scenario, and the question was how this event has been covered by the press in Switzerland and in Luxembourg since 1944. So now comes a video. It will be a bit quick. I'm sorry in advance. This is the interface of Impresso. So here is the home page. And in the center, you can see some information about how to register. Just below, we put what we call Impresso Challenge. That's a step of a guiding step in order to discover the main functionality of the interface. And on the left-hand side of the interface, you have some statistics about the corpus, which is currently there. And I propose to look for the keyword Arnhem, so the name of this city. We already have auto-suggestion, which give an idea about what information has been extracted. And looking at the result, we have a set of 4,000 articles with a human summary at the top. We can look at the frequency in relative or in absolute term. And as I've been saying, there are problems of OCR, so we have integrated a tool to suggest similar terms. Here we can select variants of Arnhem with Arnhem, Arnhem, the German version, a typo where the E and the H have been inverted. This functionality is available in different languages, even cross-lingual soon. And here we see that we increase the coverage of our search. We have now 6,800 results. And we can go through the list of parameters, of filters, sorry, which come from metadata, and also from the semantic annotation that we have been adding, mainly named entities and topics. If we look at the topic, we see that there are two main things. There is a football team in Arnhem, so there is a lot of things related to football and things related to the war. Here I highlight the topic related to the war, and I can contrast the distribution of the topic in my current search and in the overall corpus. If I want to know more about the topic, I can click and I go on the topic page and I see the statistical profile of this topic for the whole corpus, the word which have behind this, and the version of the model of it. Coming back to the search, since I want to look at the battle and not about the football team, I select the topics which are related to sport. I apply this. This is being applied in the search field, which is on top, and I actually say that I don't want this topic, so I'm building a query which is sport-free. And now I have something which looks like 5,000 hits. If I want to export to save this in my personal collection, I can. There is already a predefined description. I don't want to do it right now, and I continue to explore the result. I can zoom in, zoom out of the small vignette in case I'm interested. interested and then look at a more specific article, where the first view that I got is a page view with marginalia on the side, so it's a bit the distant reading with a main annotation on the side, and I can then switch to the transcript view where I see the facsimile as well as the OCR in the center, and on top the summary of the annotation which have been collected for this article, namely topics and entities. At the bottom there is a set of suggestions for similar articles. And if I look at one specific entity which have been recognized in this article, it's a German actress which was accused to be a spy for the German army. I can also contrast the distribution of her mention in this search versus in the corpus. This entity has been linked to Wikidata, and I can also have more information if I go to the entity page related to this person. Then, and I can also see articles which have been related to this person. I also see this little indication on the side, which means that this text passage also appears in another article. If I don't know what is text for use, I can click on the E button. It's an information button which tells me what is text for use, and I can click and go on the FAQ page. If I click on the text for use, I go directly in the text for use view, where I see the two articles which are actually mentioning exactly the same text despite the OCR mistake. So it has been, Candice News has been reporting twice in one Swiss and one Luxembourgish newspaper with 2 days interval. There is also the view of topics, which is a bit experimental. I don't go too long on this. And then the text for use, where you can apply keyword search into the cluster of text for use which have been identified. Here again with a word Arnhem, I obtained the number of cluster which contain this keyword with the interval of day. They overlap, the lexical overlap. And clicking on one, there are 4 passages in this specific cluster, and all these articles are talking about the weather condition, which condition the battle. And I'm free, therefore, to explore this. There is also a way to refine this, the search. I can look to cluster by newspapers. I can put more weight on the lexical overlap, on the days between the text reuse, etc., etc. Now going to the inspect and compare page, it's really a high-level view to compare 2 queries or 2 collections. So I have by default my first query on the left, and on the right I go for another big battle, Stalingrad, and I can already see that just by the number of hits, Stalingrad is dwarfing the Battle of Arnhem. If I want to make it more specific, I can also access the topic selection here from this view. And now we are really comparing things which are a bit targeting at the same things. We can compare the topic, how they distribute among these 2 queries. We see that there are 7 results in common. I can search for this, which I don't know how will I find this manually. And these articles are really a mix of both queries together. I'm arriving to the end of this demonstration. Now there is a last view, which is a comparison view between these 2 queries, where we look at similarities and dissimilarity. And here what's interesting is that the coverage is mainly of the Battle of Stalingrad, and Arnhem is equivalent for Switzerland, but Luxembourg, which is under Germany control at that time, did not report a lot about Stalingrad. Here's the overview of newspapers, where I can see the newspaper which compose the current corpus, with this system of red and blue about what's available, what's missing. We have been collecting things, I told you at the beginning. We can look more precisely about the newspaper, the metadata associated to it. We have also linked it to authoritative things, such as the Dictionnaire historique de la Suisse. We can browse the first page, etc. And now going back to the search, we work with a sticky search. So even if I go back and forth, I always have my search, which is there. Just want to show the n-gram functionality, which is a bit very common. But here you notice that I'm still with my space of my selected topic. So I don't look in the whole corpus, but in my selected topic, and I can compare the frequency of Arnhem and Stalingrad. It is possible then to download this data in JSON and to do other visualization that I would like to do. I can also have suggestions about similar words based on word embeddings as before. Then another component, it's a visual search. So here we compute similarity between images. I loaded randomly some pages. Here I selected one comics, just randomly, and I ask for give me similar images about this comics. So if I want to study comics in newspaper, they are coming all together. But perhaps another way to illustrate this functionality is by looking at image in my search. So I will here focus on front pages. I keep my query, but I focus on front pages because it's more likely to have images. And I reduce the time just to focus on the period I'm interested in. And then I will browse the result again. Just breathing a bit. Clicking again on one result, I will see that on the left, in the table of content, which show what is on my page, what is in my issue, I have the image and I can activate get similar image right directly from here. And here it's a picture of soldiers, but if I'm interested, this also works well with maps, with other things. And last but not least, I want to show another functionality, erasing all what we had in the search field so far, looking again for Arnhem, but I will select the corpus which is in public domain, because we also this filtering about the accessibility or the copyright status of the things. And by selecting what is public domain, I just want to show the possibility to share what I'm interested in. If I want to publish this on my website, on a blog post, I have an iframe which is already there. You can modify the colors to get the highlight you want. You can copy it to your clipboard and put it in your website, and you will get the page zoomed in your things. Last point is about my collection. I've been saving my collection. I curated a small collection on the Battle of Stalingrad made of 10 articles. So it's a small collection, I can look at it, etc., but I can also have recommendation from it. So that's a bit experimental. So I get recommendation based on the semantic annotation which we have been adding, location, person, and topics, and then actually can tune this, whether I want to give more weight to the topics, no weight at all, whether I want to have that the entities which are in this collection play a big role in how it is recommended. All this is tunable. And with this, I think we come to the end of the demonstration. This is the Impresso interface. You can visit it and subscribe to it. If you want more information, everything is on the website, and Zenodo and GitHub, etc. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maud. But you can stay with us because we are going now to move to the round table. I ask the Jérémy and Marc to join us here, but also please join us. And my pleasure is also to welcome three other guests. Madeleine van Olsen, she's the editor-in-chief of the newspaper Le Temps. Tobias Plattner, he's head of interactive at Tamedia, and Munir Krishan, who he is directing the IMI initiative. Please, take a seat. So while you're maybe to make a transition mode, and if you still have a bit of breath, you developed, I mean, that's an example of a digital humanities tools that the team developed with historians in mind, and that has led to a cascade, in fact, of functionalities which were quite specific and needs, in fact, some form of training, I mean, to be used. Do you think if you would have to actually go to the newsroom and try to have such type of tool for journalists, I mean, would new tools, I mean, needs to be developed, or it would be just a questions of training and helping and being and creating workshops on the existing tools?
Well, I think it can already be useful. I think as it is, I've seen more and more big journal, big newspaper using their own archive to even report on things on the past. The journal Le Monde lately was covering a lot the French presidential election, and they had this series of articles, the day when, and each time they were kind of having a picture, really a picture, a JPEG of their own archive and talking about it. I don't know how they find this, if they took a lot of time, but I'm sure that a tool like Impresso on their archive could already help the journalists who are writing this kind of article to contrast the news of today with the news of the past, could really already help them. Then if there will be something to to adapt for journalists. It's a bit difficult to answer like this. I would say it's up to journalists to more express their wishes. I think perhaps it goes more into data analytics. This tool is currently very much oriented towards content discovery and exploration, but there is many things that we can do more about this. So I think both. It can be useful as it is, and it can certainly be extended, and it will help. It could help, I believe, to help journalists to perhaps have a bit more, in a business term, a bit more unique touch about what the storytelling, that it's a bit something which is unique. I don't see a lot of this in journalism today, and that perhaps it has quite an added value for the reader at the end.
Yeah, so precisely, I mean, what we're trying to discuss in this roundtable is this space of innovation between various pathways, between the academic world and the industry. And I'd like to turn maybe to Munir, Krishan. I mean, you've been, you're the director of the IMI initiative, so maybe why was that initiative was created, and how do you organize, I mean, innovation in that process?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll tell you a few words about that. So first thing with the initiative. So yes, it was founded by many universities actually. Epfl is one of the founding members. Then we have Triangle Azur. So it's a network of universities, one from Geneva, Lausanne, Neuchâtel. And on the other side, you have media companies, public and private media companies. So the Swiss Broadcasting Corporation is a founding member, as well as one of the biggest private media group, Ringier. So the Ringier Group is also a founding member. And why I'm starting with this is that the idea here, they're all competitors. I mean, media, they're competitors. You can look at university also as some kind of competitors, right? And they wanted to come together and try to find solutions to challenges that media was facing, mostly, and take this set of challenges that can really be shared, where there's no competition because you all facing the same challenge. The world for media is becoming more and more difficult, right? And you can really try and address some of it in a non-competitive way. So this is really how it started.
So that's interesting. I mean, the fact that in fact journalism is under pressure in some way. I think maybe Madeleine, you've been experiencing at Le Temps, I mean, this transition. I mean, from print to digital. I mean, how would you describe, I mean, the last years of evolution, and how did Le Temps actually navigate it through in that complex landscape?
Okay, this is working. A tough question, so I would say, maybe I would start saying that Le Temps is in this Impresso archive, and actually the Gazette de Lausanne that was mentioned was one of the ancestors of Le Temps. So we were, we have this heritage, very, very long heritage. Le Temps was created in '98, so 25 years ago, and went through the whole evolution that all the, that all the media went through in the world. Was very, I think, early in the content, the paid content model in Switzerland at least, and that was interesting because they were, they were very clear about the fact that they wanted to keep this paid content, and it was quite the other way around at that time on the market. And so then they stuck to it and sort of opened and closed and went through that. And Le Temps was also very innovator in terms of some multimedia, like video and podcasts and so on. The issue today for us is that we came out of a group. So Le Temps has been bought 1 year and a half by a foundation, which is nice, but at the same time, it's a new company and it's small. So this is a big question. When I was looking at your presentations, it's just so great, and I love that. But it's a real issue, this question, how do you get innovation, research and innovation in a small company based in a small market with 4 languages? So basically we're talking of, Suisse romande is like 2 million people. Switzerland is 8 million. So just to give, then you go back to New York is Italian. So this is an issue today, I think, obviously. And actually, I would like to hear you about that. What is your advice in terms of how do you innovate? And I know Titus has also a lot of things to tell about that. But how do you innovate in small entities?
I will say that one thing that, especially being back in the academy, has allowed me to do is focus on different kinds of innovation beyond the resources of the Washington Post and National Geographic. I would also say, and Mark may echo this, even large organizations somehow manage to make resources scarce to individuals anyway. So in some ways, you're always innovating with less than you need in terms of time, personnel, money. I do think one of the things that the Post enabled us to do that we are less focused on now is chase very next generational technologies. That Mark's computer vision example is a really good one. We tried, it's obvious, I think, to anyone in the world except maybe people in the US that American politics are just inane and the processes we use are crazy. But we actually have a voting method where people walk around a room to show their preference. So they get them all in the room and then they go stand in a corner. And that's how you know that they voted. It's a caucusing method. And so we tried to use computer vision to track people caucusing, and it was a complete failure. And thankfully, we had a half dozen actual journalists in the room who could then report not using computer vision on the results of the caucusing. And I think it's a good example of that's not the kind of innovation we would pursue now, because that's not the kind of innovation that has impact. On the other hand, we just announced about 10 minutes ago that the lab that I run gave out, not quite, but almost $1 million to different news organizations in the US and Canada to pursue document and data-driven investigative reporting, basically. And the whole idea is that we know that there is a cost to getting documents, and we can get resources to make those resources available. And we know that money is not also the only answer. So we're going to do three things. We're going to do some Northwestern professors working alongside these small news organizations, and we're going to supply industry mentors to try to help make this more accessible. The whole idea being that we know that the first time you use a new technique, it's a lot more difficult. So can we, defray the expense, the pain, the time to learn to try something like this? That's one approach. I think the second thing is, can we democratize some of these systems and technologies? It's easier for a team like Mark's or a team like mine at the Post to go out and say, oh, we read something in an obscure computer science journal, and we're going to try that. And instead, now can we say, we have seen a working system in another newsroom, and you can try this with your own version of the story. So we're trying very hard to say, here are mature technologies that have a journalistic use case already, that are accessible, and we can help distribute the knowledge that they exist. I don't know that it's perfect. I have been on the other side, but I do think there are some ways, especially partnerships between the academy and industry, where we can help with some of these challenges.
Yeah, maybe Titus, you have a point of view which is a bit different because you're working in a group. So you're doing innovation and digital innovation, and that's quite similar to the thing we've been hearing, except that you have the possibility or the opportunity of serving various titles. So is that changing your way you innovate or not?
So being part of a bigger news organization is certainly an advantage because the entry price to these technologies can become quite high. And I'm also lucky to be in an organization that about 10 years ago tried to initiate a culture change. We take risks, we accept failures, we try new things, we try to put technologists within the newsroom also to have this interdisciplinary work. And then we are not only trying to do cool things, we are trying to scale the thing and use them in the real world. So there is always a hype with a new technology, and we are trying to bring them as fast as possible to this productivity level. And basically, the philosophy is to, when it's possible, replace every boring, repetitive task, automate it, But at the end, journalism is a handcraft and will remain a handcraft. So AI is more for us augmented intelligence. It augments the capabilities of journalists to do new things, to do better journalism, and to do it faster or more profoundly. And we are not talking about human replacement.
Do you have maybe examples where actually the same technology has served different journal, I mean, efficiently, in an efficient way, I mean, in your experience?
So it can be applied to the whole spectrum from news gathering in a world where there is more and more information that's spread. We speak about information deluge. It's more difficult to be a journalist today and to understand the information that you have access to than 20 years ago, because you have so much more information. And then discovering the stories, find information in this complexity. Then you can produce the information, the story with computer-assisted techniques. And then the distribution is very important. And of course, we are working hard on that. Personalization is a big topic for us because we understand that if we want to keep the attention of our readership, we have to be able to offer a similar experience that news aggregators are offering to people. And we have to also offer a user experience that people are used to on their Apple devices, and this has a huge price. And I'm a bit because of that, because it will be harder and harder for smaller news organizations. Either they come together and share their resources, or the concentration of the news ecosystem will continue. And but journalism is not in crisis. It's the business model that is in crisis.
Mm-hmm. Maybe also, you want to react directly, Madeleine?
Yeah. Thank you. Just one thing I wanted to add, and it builds on the last sentence, about the crisis. We also saw recently some new media coming up in Switzerland, and this was possible because, the costs of entry in this market are much lower because you're not distributing paper and with lorries and, tons of paper. And we had actually, recently in 4 years, in the French-speaking part, ID News, Bon pour la Tête, Watson, Blick, and with very different models, and same thing in the Swiss-German part. And so it's also very interesting to see that dynamic, and that's possible because of, all these changes, and that's very positive. Of course, it gets, the competition is high because we're all fighting for the attention and for the time of all these readers that stay little numbers, but it's very interesting to live this time too.
You want to react?
Yeah, maybe just to add to another point to what Titus said, and I think it's really important. At the end, innovation is not something you do alone, and that's very important. It's not something you do in isolation. So you need to. There's so many ways, and we'll show that later on during this day. There's many ways you can connect to outside partners to actually try the innovation journey, right? So you have startups, so you have universities, you can work with students, you can. So it's, and at the end, if you look at all of that, it was the word was said, it's culture. It's I think the essence is really in the culture of maybe a newspaper, a newsroom, this openness to trying new things, to connect to other communities in order to pursue some change, some development for media.
Maybe, Mark, when you had the experience at the New York Times, was it essentially innovation inside the company, or how much were you relying on the academia or other entities?
I mean, pretty much all of it started outside the Times, and one of the great things about working at a place like the Times and the Post is that there is so much energy that pulls you inward. And we had to make a very intentional decision when we set up this team back in 2016 that it would be looking very much outward. So there are a lot of universities in New York City. There's a program similar to Munir's in New York City that brings academia and industry together. But it was also going beyond journalism and in news and information media to build connections. So for instance, a lot of the 3D stuff that I showed and that Jeremy worked on at the Post are using game engines like Unity, and building those relationships and having to start by explaining, well, this is what we would actually do with it and things like that to find those adjacent spaces was incredibly important at the beginning of the process. But very early on, you need to come up with those tangible ways of showing to stereotypical dyed-in-the-wool editor who's been, has 4 Pulitzers and has been doing this for 50 years, why this new approach to storytelling is incredibly meaningful and valuable to readers as well. So you kind of have to flip around and still be able to do that part of it.
And Jeremy, you had yourself, you've been going back and forth, from academia and to the industry. You had a bit that idea of that one model actually to train potential new generations in that domain is to take inspiration from hospitals or the way they're working.
One of the things we spend a lot of time thinking about, at least in the States, university-aligned medical systems, hospitals particularly, have a model where students practice alongside professors who are also doctors doing real medicine. And in a lot of ways, I think there was a period at which journalism schools had gotten fairly theoretical, or at least many of them had. And what we are trying very hard to do is find ways for our students to be involved in projects with teams like Mark's. And frankly, teams in very small newsrooms. So for example, this summer we'll have a series of students, hopefully this is our plan, who will be dropping into newsrooms of 3 or 4 people and trying to assess their needs and trying to say what kinds of technologies, what systems, what tools exist that could improve their workflow. And the idea is twofold. Obviously, we want to help those newsrooms, but we really want to train students so that when they themselves are in those newsrooms without interaction with our faculty, they also can still do this kind of work and improve. And so the idea is very much, yes, we want them to understand the theory behind journalism. Yes, we want to teach them foundational skills. But the best way to prepare them for newsrooms is to find ways to put them in newsrooms alongside professors and alongside professional journalists.
Maud, you're also teaching. You've been showing the product, but you have a course which is in one of the SHS course, which is taught to all the potentially engineers, EPFL students at EPFL, and it's subtitled "Understanding History Through Data" and "Understanding Data Through History." And it's a year-long course. So I was wondering, among your students, which are discovering through these concrete aspects, this question of interpretations, but also the power of this type of algorithm, do you think some could make it to the newsroom? Although they were clearly not initially intending to go in that directions, but by getting accustomed to the complexity of automatic processing on cultural data, would they be worth maybe taking up on Jeremy's hospital-inspired program afterwards?
Well, my guess would be yes, but I cannot talk in the name. But definitely, we are working with old news. We are not. Impresso is about old news, doesn't move, there's static, it's always the same. So we could say perhaps, whoa, that's a bit boring for students. But when it's combined with historical project, because this class is really mixing the two, students are getting really interested into this and surprised even about what they can find in this archive. And this year we were a bit lucky because we had chosen my colleague with whom I'm teaching this class had chosen a historical project which echo quite a lot of the last month's actuality. So it really showed the students that they were capable of kind of better understanding today by discovering what has been written in the past. And yes, being very curious about both history and I think media in general. And if I can say also, we have other students which do projects for in other kind of curriculum, and they really like to work with this kind of data. Whether they will do the job eventually, I know some of them have applied to Tamedia, not to say the least. I have been there, and so yes, I think it's engineers, but they are happy to apply the skills that they are learning to this kind of data, and we are curious about the world.
Maybe Madeleine, when you hire
Yes,
new people at the redaction,
yes.
I mean, do you
I don't know if
do you find the right profiles?
Yeah, I don't know if there are any in the room, but if they are, please do come to me. We are looking for people with other backgrounds. That's very needed. There's a lack of skills, and so if you do have interest in media, yes, indeed. And you were also talking of these dual paths, hard. So okay, let's try and get people, mix people, and get them together. And I really do believe very strongly about that interface and the innovation that comes between people mixing from different backgrounds. And one thing we can say is, why what are we doing? What is the sense? And that's something that is very powerful, because if you come back to the news and to Ukraine, for example, I mean, New York Times, the work that was done on Bucha, that was just so amazing. And you just have to think about that. So using satellite pictures and connecting them with videos that were taken on the ground and using the shade and looking at the dates, and with that, coming back and explaining, this is what we know at this day, this shadow on the ground, that was a body, and this is the body. And it really does make sense, and that's why it's interesting. So that's, just saying yes.
Maybe teach us the same question. What type of profiles are you recruiting? Do you have difficulty recruiting them?
So I think we want to have passionate people that are also representing some sort of diversity. We have a big lack of diversity in our news organizations, not only in Switzerland, but also in Switzerland. And people who understand technology, who maybe will be able to report on the use of AI by the state, for example. This is a field of reporting only a few news organizations are investing in, and we should invest because it's important and will become more and more important. Yeah.
We have many other topics to cover, but maybe I want already to open to the audience because I want to make sure you have the opportunity of asking questions to our speakers and our guests. Any immediate question? Yeah, there's a person there. Do we have some people with the microphones? They don't. If not, okay. Well, thanks, Titus. I mean, that's homework. Yeah. Maybe present yourself. I mean, while you're asking the question, just say who you are. And
I don't know how to present myself. I am someone totally incompetent. That's why I dare taking the floor. Usually that's the way it works in life. So my name is Boris Engelson. I am a journalist freelance. Due to my old age, which is probably larger than all your ages combined, I heard absolutely nothing from the start, but I could see the screen, and I will choose one of the lectures, the last one, madam, as an example of what could be discussed, what is discussed, or what has been omitted. The last presentation was very interesting, like all, and very useful. But has it anything to do with media? The things we archive are newspapers. archiving books, archiving the administrative mail of Epfl, etc., would probably, except for the mass, be challenged with the same kind of issues. So it has, in my view, it is not in the topic of the impact or interaction between technology and culture or humanities or journalism, but it could. For instance, if I have already spoken to...
No, you can continue.
If journalists start choosing their words, their titles, and if papers change their production, thinking of the upcoming archiving, then we are in the topic. Then, and another point where technology and journalism could meet is some papers are no longer available even in libraries. So what if it is an imaginary counterfactual case with totally unrealistic, but which can point at some of the stakes? If the League of Auction Houses would decide to sell the document, there are a lot of old papers, documents, archives, which are no longer in libraries. They would try to sell it, I mean sell the service. It would be a challenge, it would be a competition to newspapers, to libraries, etc. There you see a possible impact of new technologies on humanities. I don't want to be longer, but you see what I am about.
Okay. Mo, do you want
Who wants to summarize?
Yeah. I mean, the question, I guess, is, you have oceans of informations and possibilities of actually finding paths and reaching to the information, which are now extremely challenging. I mean, most of the things we've actually been seeing and presented were still based essentially on traditional information gathering. So I don't know, Maud, if you want to answer on that, because you also have a past, something which is important to say is that before actually working on these technology for archiving, you were using the same technology for media monitoring and finding and digging in oceans in information in general. So about the possibility of filtering out beyond what is actually possible to be aware when you're a journalist. Do you feel that's relevance or not?
What is the question?
I think what is at stake here is that we have, the two sides. We've been talking about the storytelling side. We've been talking about meeting audiences and adapting, but there's also the gathering of information in the first place, which in many places is traditional, although we saw that just, the archives are beyond what anybody can remember, and beyond the archive, you have the world, as itself. And for that, you have also algorithms which are potentially useful.
No, definitely. I think the point was correct. In what I presented, it's the target audience is mainly historians. So it is about media. The link with the other presentation is really the object. And the way we have been working on was really to help historians to collect information in these oceans of past information. And historians, that was really the target, the perspective was history. And historians look at media either as to do history of media, either as a source to work on other kind of history, cultural, diplomatic, economic history, with media as a source, either the main source or complementary sources to other kind of archive, and this. So I think it's and in this frame, in this thread of all this long tradition of collecting information from the past to today, how to write newspaper today, and historians are a bit, how to say, a bit on the side of this, and we have been serving this community. But the problematic of collecting information is, I think, common to journalists and to historians. They are facing different challenges. They have different methodology, even epistemological posture in front of this. I think even they are close, but so there are differences and there are common points between what I presented, I think, and what was presented before. And this work of collecting information is everywhere all the time, either from the past or from the present, and for different objectives.
Maybe Titus and then Mark.
I was at the initiative of an innovation project within Tamedia, and its aim was to collect a large scope of relevant data. So scrap the internet, having the social media coming in, but also the emails that are sent to the journalists, etc., etc. And it, of course, completely failed because it was much too ambitious. But just to illustrate, that has value. The ability to analyze this data has a big value for journalists. But what makes it harder is that we have this time constraint. We have to be very fast. We can't process it overnight. We have to have it in real time. And the other thing is that the universe is much more complex than just one corpus. You have many documents that are not in different languages. They are multilingual. So just build a system that is able to do a proper OCR on a document that has, let's say, just 2 or 3 different languages. And that's the real world. So now what we did is that we simplified very much our system and reduced our ambitions to just use it for some kind of data in one scenario, and the project is continuing like that. Yeah.
Mark.
I just want to add a bit about feedback loops and how tools like this can be fed back into journalism. So archives, at least at a couple of places I've worked, I don't know if this is the universal phrase, but the physical archives are called the morgue because the information is dead but not gone. One of the projects that we worked on at the Times was we had a photo morgue in the basement next door to the office that would have a tendency to flood 100 years of photos. We think about 8 million photos down there. And there was a team that literally scanned in every single photo. We had to find somebody to fund that work. And when we were starting to work on that, we interviewed a lot of the photo editors about how they use the modern systems to be able to find photos on deadline. And I remember one in particular because the photo editor pulled up the search screen, and I was like, well, how do you find a photo of this? And she's like, oh, I type a couple of keywords in, and then I put an asterisk in every other field, and I get back thousands of results, and then I go through them. And it's like, the realization for me was that you see your job as trying to find a needle in a haystack, and you see value in that because you've gotten really good at being able to do that. And so watching all of the features of your system today and seeing how a journalist could actually find what they're looking for because there are so many different ways to be able to use it, and it's not just presented as keyword search, I think is incredibly promising, because I think, one of the things that I think we've all found in working, in trying to bring new technologies into journalists' hands is that when it feels like it solves a tangible problem they have, they can be really early adopters, right? Journalists are really early to like Blackberries and Twitter and things like that they could immediately see the value of. And so I think part of the job for bringing groups like this together is to be able to take something like this and be able to say, how can we put it in front of a journalist in a way that they see the value of, and then they start to do better reporting on, whether that's being able to do longitudinal surveys about source diversity or being able to mine the archives for new lines of reporting and things like that. Some of what we did with the photo archives at the Times was be able to go back and say, this is how California, the state of California, has changed over the last 100 years. And so that's journalism that we were not able to do before because there's one person down in the morgue and he would not have been able to find all of the photos of California.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, maybe if I can, I'll add something. And it was you, Mark. You told about the story. So true. Impresso is really a tool. At the end, you have to look at the story. One that comes to mind for me is at Radio-Télévision Suisse, one of the most looked at page on Facebook back some years back, and I think it's still one of the most successful, is that of the archiving team. And they basically publish every day small videos of black and white videos from the time, looking at very Swiss things like fondue or something that happens in a village, like a special day or stuff like that. And this is really the type of story, the type of experience of that you can get with this type of tool. And maybe if I can maybe add that, you at some point you were asked, Maud, whether this tool could be used directly by journalists like this, and I would say yes, most probably for some very motivated journalists that have they're used to use the type of tool, yes, but actually for a project in a newsroom like this, you would maybe go back to looking at the interface and say, what do you really want? What is the type, the exact type of data that you're looking for? And maybe we can simplify things. And I'm thinking about this because this is typically the type of things we do in our projects when we have different teams of researchers, different disciplines. So you have engineers working on the tool, designers working on the interface, and then you have people from digital humanities or social sciences looking, or journalism school, looking at, what is really useful for the newsroom. Talk to journalists and see what makes sense. Looking at the public, what do they want exactly? And you have to try to match that and make it work, basically.
Excellent. So I think we're making progress. I mean, the idea of that session was to start asking the question. We wanted to go and be more and more concrete. So we're going to do a break now so that you have time to go in the forum and actually see concrete projects, see live demonstrations about some of the things linked with that particular thematic, but some others which are linked with the thematics we're going to discuss tomorrow. And just after the break at 8:50, I mean, we're going to have a very dense session where we try to show a kind of landscape about initiatives and projects in the Swiss news tech. So Munir will actually be the master of ceremony at a very fast-paced way, where you will be bombarded by startups, by projects, and see a lot of very concrete examples so that we can progressively move from this a bit theoretical, a bit general discussion to exactly, I mean, what is the landscape? And you had, of course, the opportunity to discuss with the project holders either today during the break or tomorrow. I mean, they will be around. It's the whole idea of connecting these professional communities with the actual audiences. And after that session, we will close with an historian of the media, François Vallotton. We'll speak in French for that ultimate element, and we'll come back now on all we've been saying and take a longer perspective. I mean, what is the future of the press when it was the future of the press several decades ago, and that sort of questions. So I invite you now to go back to the front, take also a bit of rest, discuss with ask the question you didn't have the opportunity of asking to the various members of the roundtable. And I thank you again for these initial discussions. Thanks again. So we're back at 7 minus 10, at 8:50.
see. Yeah, much better. Now, yeah. Now we can really start over. Yeah, we can continue. Okay, great. So I was saying welcome back, first of all. And now we're gonna introduce a pitching session, actually, a quite dense session, so named Swiss News Tech, Innovation in Action. And the title says it all. So the idea now is really to take a trip into some solutions brought by researchers on the one side, by entrepreneurs as well, and also by media themselves. So we've talked before the break about the crossroad between research and media looking for solutions. And that ecosystem is actually quite wide. And typically, the work we do with the initiative is really try to bring those lands together, right? Bring everybody together and try to solve issues, solve challenges, and so on. And so we'll do that now. And as I said at the beginning, it's a pitching session, so it's quite a challenge for all our speakers. And quite frankly, they all deserve more time. They're good, and this exercise is actually quite a challenge. You have to say what you have to say in 3 minutes, and you're doing a lot of things. You have a lot of projects, a lot of innovation, and you have to condense that into 3 minutes, which is not easy. But the idea of a pitching session is actually to give you an overview of many types of solutions, and individually you will see, what will interest you, what will maybe make you think, and then you can get to these speakers in the exhibition space. So every speaker that will come on stage is either was today or tomorrow will be in the exhibition space, and so you can meet and continue the discussion like that. So that's a little bit the idea. And for the timekeeping, to try and simplify things a bit, Leonor, right here, will be helping you speakers. So once you reach 3 minutes, you will see a red card coming up. And okay, so try to keep this keep this rolling and on time. That's a little bit the idea. And for the audience, what I'll do after each speaker, I will tell you exactly when he or she will be available in the exhibition space, so you can approach them and talk to them. So that's a little bit the idea. Now we will start actually on the media side, so with the co-production called Orcade, des marionnettes de Paul Klee. This is from Radio-Télévision Suisse, which is part of the Swiss Broadcasting Corporation. It's the 4th episode of an award-winning virtual reality series, which pays tribute to the painter Paul Klee. And it's actually a project that I like very much because it's the creators managed to really combine new storytelling, new technology, and talk also about cultural heritage. And I'm really honored now to welcome on stage the director, Martin Charrière, from DNA Studios. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So thanks a lot to Munir to invite me tonight and talk a bit more about the project. So the project is called Unframed. It's produced by our studio, who is making video games and interactive stories here in Switzerland, in Bulle. So it's a project about the work of Paul Klee, and more specifically, his hand puppets. Our goal was to use the artwork and show it in another way to tell the story behind the artwork. So the film is part of a series of many episodes about Swiss artists that is called Unframed. And that started back in 2016, where the VR technology was at the premises. And we used this series to not only show and highlight the work of Swiss painters like Böcklin, Félix Vallotton, or now Paul Klee, but also develop and research the technology that was evolving along with the project. So in this project, we had the chance to be able to scan and photograph the marionette, the puppets, the hand puppets, the original hand puppets in the Paul Klee Centrum in Bern. And we used them then to create the movie. And we also animated the puppets like a puppeteer in virtual reality to mimic the look of a real hand puppet theater and give the audience a feel of this hand puppet theater. So we tried to mix the technology and the art to make the user be able to discover some art piece that maybe they saw somewhere but don't know well in a new form with the virtual reality, and also try to give access to the users to some object that they otherwise can't touch or look around or play with. So we are showcasing the project in the exhibition space below, and I will be here tonight to answer your question or discuss the project more in depth if you like to come and watch it. So thank everybody, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you. So, yes, quite frankly, for a VR project, the best way is to experience it firsthand. So, you know, after the session and tomorrow as well, the project will be here. You have 3 cabins downstairs, and you can try it out. It lasts approximately 11 minutes, I think. Yes. Yeah, something like that. So, yeah, please go ahead and try that. Thank you. We'll now move to research projects, or projects that are really sitting in between research and media, so the media space. These are 4 projects that will be presented now, one after the other, and they're all supported by the Initiative for Media Innovation. So typically these projects, they do this bridge between, on the one side, academic research, on the other side, media development. And the fields that are covered here are typically those of computer vision, semantic analysis, signal processing, deep learning, but also human-computer interaction, social sciences, digital humanities, and ethics. And quite a few of those projects are interdisciplinary and makes them even more innovative that way. And we will start with Céline de Monsan for the project Automatic Labeling of Visual Data Based on Human Actions, Objects, and Their Relationship. She's from the Vita Lab at Epfl. The project is in partnership with Radio Télévision Suisse, and it shows, I think, how computer vision can be used for archives. So, thank you, Céline, for being with us.
Thank you. Le pitch se fera en français. Alors, bonjour, je suis là pour présenter le projet Automatic Labeling of Visual Data. Pour commencer, j'aimerais commencer par dire que ces dernières années, les médias ont accumulé un grand nombre de données sous forme principalement d'images et de vidéos. Et une des problématiques, c'est qu'avec ces archives, ce qui peut être intéressant, c'est d'être capable de recouper l'information et de la comprendre. Donc le laboratoire Vita répond à cette problématique avec de l'intelligence artificielle. Donc l'idée, c'est d'extraire des métadonnées à partir de vidéos et d'images, et tout ça en temps réel. Donc il y a plusieurs tâches. Donc d'abord la reconnaissance des objets, mais aussi par exemple la posture des personnes ou les activités, les actions qu'elles font. Ainsi que les relations qu'il y a entre des éléments d'une image. Donc pour donner des exemples concrets, par exemple, on a une posture, ça peut servir pour compter le nombre de personnes qu'il y a dans une foule et faire des analyses lors de manifestations. Aussi, si on veut chercher une image spécifique, par exemple d'un sportif qui vient de gagner à une compétition, on peut faire une recherche selon la posture. Voilà. Alors tout ça, c'est intéressant. Ce qui est encore plus, c'est qu'en tant que personne, on est capable de reconnaître nos congénères, mais aussi les objets qu'il y a dans la scène. Mais ce qu'on est aussi capable de faire, c'est comprendre ce qui se passe dans une scène. Par exemple, on voit qu'une personne est devant un camion. Et donc Vita répond à cette problématique avec un signe graphe. Donc c'est représenter une image à partir d'un graphique, et donc ça aide pour les recherches. En fait, si on veut rechercher une image où il se passe quelque chose de spécifique, Ça permet d'optimiser ça. Donc pour les dhdays, on vous propose d'essayer une démo, donc la démo Movement. Il y a plusieurs algorithmes qui sont implémentés, donc la posture, la reconnaissance d'images, etc. Ça peut se faire en temps réel, donc par exemple avec une webcam sur portable. Et voilà, donc je vous invite à venir. Voilà, alors je vais vous présenter. Voilà. Et enfin, pour finir, toute la recherche du laboratoire Vita est en open source et disponible sur GitHub. Voilà. Merci.
Thank you very much, Céline. So Céline will be at the EMI stand in the exhibition space tomorrow afternoon. So just after the lunch break, you can catch her and try the demo. I think you had a video that didn't play, but it's a live demo that can be used with a webcam. So it's definitely something to try. It's now Agathe Chevalier's turn to tell us about the Compascience project. So this is a cooperation between the universities of Lausanne and Geneva in partnership with Radio-Télévision Suisse. And your project is about mapping expertise in universities for the benefit of journalists, but also for institutions. So thank you for being with us, Agathe.
Thank you very much. I would like you to just imagine for an instant that you're a journalist and you have to do a topic for the evening news on climate change, for a change. And your question is, how do you find an expert to interview, given you have very little time? You could imagine calling all the experts in the local universities to try to find the right person. Or maybe you know the website Expert Advice that we created 9 years ago that gathers all the interventions of scientists when they speak on the national TV and radio. So now we have 14,000 videos with 3,500 researchers. It's great. So you go on that website. It's a one entry door, and you try to find the person you're looking for. You type climate, and you find 500 videos and audios from 50 researchers, and you're totally lost to find the right person that you need in the next 2 hours. What if you could see all the information at a glance? So this is what we did. We created a semantic mapping tool that connects knowledge, experts, and media content. So it's using artificial intelligence. Here what you have is the semantic map of the word climate in French, and you can see all the terms that are related, but you can also add the experts, which are in purple on the picture. And you can see from the map where the experts are located, so you can have an idea of the angle they are speaking from, but you can also have this angle much more specifically if you select one researcher, see everything in their semantic field that they've been talking about in the news. And you can listen directly on the side. You have all the interventions in the Swiss media, and you can click on them and see and hear them directly. So that's what we did for about 1.5 years. Then we wanted to go a few steps further. So the first step was to identify new experts, because the one I showed you, they have already spoken on TV and radio. Maybe they are not that well known, but still they have been, they are known from the journalists. So we applied our system to the Swiss National Foundation Researchers Database. So everybody who is founded in Switzerland by the Swiss National Foundation. And it's a quadrilingual database, so it was a good test also of the computer system. It worked really well, so now we have a mapping of everybody who is researching climate in Switzerland in their different languages. The second thing we wanted to add that could be also useful for a journalist is to find a new angle, because climate change is something that everybody's talking about. So we also mapped Wikipedia, and we can compare the Wikipedia map to the map of the Swiss National Radio and Television, and see where topics have not been addressed, topics that maybe were raised lately in Wikipedia and have not been addressed. So this way the journalists can find, new topics also to test. And now we are currently testing the tool. That's the goal in the newsrooms, to see how useful it is for them and how they can use it daily. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agathe. Thank you very much. So you were actually on the EMI stand today with us, but people can still talk to you after the session, I'm sure, if they have questions. Great, thank you. So I'll now introduce Adam Schofield, who will talk about the Holmenkollen project from EMI. It's a joint effort between the Chili Lab and actually Adam's own startup called We Play Sport. This is done in partnership with Radio Télévision Suisse, and I hope you can give us a glimpse of the project and your startup as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Munir. So yeah, I'm going to try to briefly explain both the startup and the project in a couple of minutes. So We Play Sport allows anybody to capture videos of their sports matches. So all you need is 2 smartphones. It's free to record. You put them to film your match. And then these videos are streamed to our servers where we run artificial intelligence algorithms to automatically create highlight videos and statistics. So for example, as a parent, I could have my kid's sports match filmed, and then I can automatically get a short highlight clip of just my child's best moments in that match and then share that with my network. Or similarly, like Strava, as a player, I could go and I can kind of find my personal performance statistics. So for example, I can see I had 10 shots in this match, scored 3 goals, this type of information that we provide through our mobile applications. So we also have an IMI project, which is the Holmenkollen project, and this is about creating an interactive sports video player. So the idea is that traditional sports highlight videos are kind of manually created, so you might create 1 or 2 highlight videos, one to go maybe at the news, one to go on a website. But if we imagine that one day artificial intelligence can do this post-production job as well as humans, we can essentially create infinitely many videos. So in this kind of We Play Sports scenario, that's a parent who wants kind of a customized video of my child. And we can think about this kind of generalizing across all kinds of sports videos. And so this project is in collaboration with the Chili Lab, which is specialist in human-computer interaction. And what we're trying to do is really think about what the user interface should be that allows you to explore all these possible spaces of videos that you can create. And so we've developed kind of all kinds of features that you can add to a video player that allows you to very quickly find interesting moments. And it's just basically extract what you need, and we have research that shows how much it improves this video search ability. So that's, in a nutshell, We Play Sport and our IMI project. Please, if you're interested, go on weplaysport.com. There's my contact details there. You can get in touch. And I'm sure Munir will say, but I'll be on a stand tomorrow morning as well. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Adam. Yeah, indeed, tomorrow morning, so yeah, thank you. So for the final project, for the final EMI project, we'll now move to a project called Recommandation personnalisée de la polarisation à l'ouverture in French. And this is also a reminder, if you want to do the presentation in French, you can. It's in partnership with the Swiss Broadcasting Corporation. So I'm welcoming Gaetano Manzo on stage. Hello, Gaetano. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for the introduction, Munir, and the presentation. It's actually in English, so.
Good.
Can we switch slide?
Yeah.
Need support?
It's not showing, yeah.
The beauty of the demo.
Yeah, of course. So, yeah.
I can do it without.
Yeah, but I'm sure they can show the slides again, if possible. Or, yeah. No? Okay. Okay. But okay. So without slides, yeah. Sorry about that, Gaetano. No worries? Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question for all of you. If you're like me, you find sometimes yourself scrolling on the socials or like Netflix, round and round. The question is it your will or is it the recommendation system behind? Think carefully. So I'm from the University of Applied Science Western Switzerland, applied machine learning researcher, and together with RTS, Radio Télévision Suisse, we are trying to build the recommendation system for the platform Play Swiss, a sort of Netflix for Swiss, let's say. And here the aim, since it's a public platform and since it's a free platform, the aim here is to promote cultural exchange between the media. So someone from the French canton can enjoy something from the German canton, let's say. But if I take a media from the French part and I put in the German part, it's really likely that they don't like it. It's kind of random choice. So what we can do, we can create a clustering algorithm, okay? Try to understand which users are close to which other user. And in the moment that you create this clustering algorithm, you will have some users that are close to each other. And this is, in technical part, it's called collaborative filtering, suggesting things to users that are similar to you. So nothing innovative until now. In the moment that you know that this user is from a German part, or from the Italian part of Switzerland, from the French part of Switzerland, for the rest of the part, and you see that you create a cluster of French people, or German people speaker, Italian people speaker, and the rest, and then you can start to suggest around the border of this clustering, suggest things that I likely, people that are next but are different culture, they will like it. I had the sentence in the slide, with this sentence I conclude. This sentence was from The Social Dilemma, I hope you watched it, it's really interesting. And the sentence was, if you don't pay for the product, you are the product. Am I fool to bring this here presenting a free platform? I don't know, you let me know. So for sure we need to discuss more in the stage down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gaetano. So you were on the stand, on the IMI stand today. So again, you can catch Gaetano and talk to the team is here as well. If you have any questions or want to know more. So now we're going to move to the last part of the session, and we'll move to startups. These are people that are very familiar with pitches. So. Part of your, but no, this is actually important. So we've showed you already innovation in media, innovation in research at the crossroad with media. These are all local projects, and we'll also be looking at local startup. And it's especially important here because we've talked a lot about research, and if you look at a school like EPFL, actually the place of innovation here is quite important. You have a innovation park full of startups, and some of these startups are actually located in the park. I'm really happy to have all of them here with us. We'll be looking at, they're addressing many fields. So we'll be looking at media, but also cultural heritage through these startups, digital trust, storytelling, artificial intelligence, content publishing, advertisement, to name a few. And they, I think, all have something in common. You address technology, but you're really trying to have a positive impact on our lives with your products and services. So we'll start this part with Marco Bocchio from Largo Films. Which is a spin-off from EPFL, actually. And you're using artificial intelligence for storytelling. You'll let tell us a bit more about that. Welcome to the stage. Thank you. Marco, thank you.
So, hi everyone. My name is Marco Bocchio, and I am tech lead at Largo Films, working on the next generation storytelling. Sorry. So, have you ever wondered what turns a good story into a great movie? Well, there are a lot of components into there. So for example here, this is the first scene of a movie titled The Shawshank Redemption. In this first scene, Andy Dufresne was accused of 2 murders, and after a long defense in the court, he was judged guilty. So our artificial intelligence system here detects high component of thriller, drama, and romance. So what a great start for a movie. Or also, in this other movie, this is the final scene of The Fight Club. So here we can see bombs detonating all over the place, and the narrator and his girlfriend Marla just watching as these buildings being blown up by the window. Our system detects high component of thriller, and this scene is indicated as one of the most captivating scenes of the whole movie. So our patented algorithm is able to give you content insights, so genre, age suitability, and what we call the genome composition of the movie. Plus, we have casting propositions, and we have financial forecast, which is basically tells you how much the movie will make at the box office. So if you are a film producer and you want to understand if a story can be a success at the box office, there are many important decisions to make, and there are a lot of components into there. So with our software as a service platform, Largo AI, you can get instant results just by inputting the movie script or the video. So this makes the perfect tool for film producers, financiers, distributors who want to speed up the process of searching for the best movies and stories out there. I want to conclude with a list of our customers who already trusted us, and I wanted to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marco. So, Largo Film, Marco, you will be on the startup stand tomorrow morning, so if you want to know more, don't hesitate to get in touch with him. We will now enter a different world, and we'll do this a little differently with a live demo. So our next speaker is Pierluigi Oonesu from Sibelart, who will join us on stage. So as I said, taking the risk of a live demo.
Yes.
Good luck to you, Pierluigi, and welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Hi. Can you hear me? Yes, because I am. So normally we should have a video launch quickly. Yes. With sound, it will be better. So yeah, I am representing a company called Sibelart. We are an agency that have decided before the pandemic to create a special movies regarding holographic purpose. We decided to create the first album using a volumetric capture. So you can see here Henri Dess. I am sure that you know the French, the famous Swiss singer Henri Dess. And we have created the first album, volumetric album, and I am going to show you with the live. I hope it's going to work, because this is the point. Like that you can better understand what I am exactly. Okay. Can you see on the screen or not? Okay. Okay, here. So what you are seeing here is an icologram. An icologram is the contraction between icon and hologram. So we have decided to record in a different manner musicians in order to archive them and make possible better interaction. So here we can see you with Henri Dess talking and singing here in the scene, on the stage. We have the term hologram is often used as a misnomer. It seemed more appropriate to us to use a neologism using icologram. That's why we create the perfect digital alter ego. This is a perfect digital alter ego that is not a deep fake, actually, because we are recording a human. So what you can see here, it's the legacy that the singer decided to leave for the posterity. And this is very important. As you, I am sure that you know that there are a lot of avatars in the metaverse. The difference between avatar and icologram is that the subject, the talent, decide to create his own alter ego, and it is the perfect digital human. It's not a digital twin, it's a digital human that we are going there, proposing. And we started before the pandemic with a pianist Philippe Entremont in 2D, and now we are using the volumetric technology. That is a technique that can help humans to be digitalized in 3D in real time using an array of cameras that allows to take any point of view that we want. So we are not, I can just move here. We can decide it at any moment which point of view we want to watch. Okay. So this is, I think, it's best to. You can experiment the app with my iPad, or you can also experiment it using my QR code with our web app. Okay, thank you.
Nice, thank you for this inspiring demo, Pierluigi. So you were on the startup stand today, but I'm sure you will stay a little bit with us after the session if somebody wants to try the app for themselves. Moving on, I now have the pleasure to welcome on stage Anthony Sakian from Quantum Integrity. So it's a company based here at the Epfl Innovation Park. I think you will tell us about deepfakes, right? Yeah. So welcome to the stage. Thank you.
All right. So we're a company that asked 5 years ago, how can we be sure of the integrity of a video or an image you're looking at? This was before deepfakes became fashionable. Just to define deepfake, we think of it as moving the computational burden of forgery from a human to a computer, so it makes the process easier. What we do at Quantum Integrity, though, other than video, because video is easier to do, is we actually go after images, and I'll explain why. One is basically because we're Swiss, we have to monetize quickly. Sorry, these things are a bit complicated. So what do we do in our company? We go where the pain is. There are billions of documents today being transmitted digitally globally. It's exploded during COVID. Current state of the art is track and trace using blockchain technology or controlling the capture in a smartphone through a proprietary application. And integrity detection in companies is done by hand or not at all, which means insurance companies or EKYC companies are receiving millions of documents a month, and there is no control on what's coming in and what's going out, and we know that fraud is increasing there. So we're targeting 3 sectors: insurance, identity theft, and something called live video spear phishing. Because you might not know, but with one of your pictures, I can call you back with your face in your phone and pretend to be you to your sister, your brother, your mother, your father. It's not starting yet, but this will happen within 6 months or 1 year, and we want to be ahead of the problem with the product, which we have. Okay? So what we do is we tell you if, for example, a ID was lifted off of a computer screen, which is what we're seeing more and more forgeries of, 4 to 5% of workflow in some EKYC companies. What we also do is detect if IDs have been forged, reprinted. We can tell you if it's a real passport or it's a fake passport. And then our machine learning algorithms can go deeper and tell you where an image was forged, for example, in an insurance claim. Big insurers in the States receive about 10 to 20 million of these images a day. So that's in 3 words what we do as a company. If it's interesting to you, please come and see me later or find us on the net.
Thank you very much, Anthony. So you were on the startup stand today, but you will be around, so people know how to reach you. Great. So now we will turn our attention to intelligent virtual assistants. And with our next speaker, Jérôme Berthier from DeepLink. It's another company located here on the Epfl Innovation Park. And I think with your technology, anybody can actually deploy a chatbot. So you're addressing many industries.
Yes.
But maybe you can tell us how this can be also interesting for media. So
okay, so
the floor is yours. Thank you.
At the beginning, I just thinking to do it in French, but you like to do it in English, or what? What is better for you? English? Okay. German, no. Okay, I will do it in English. So Jerome, I'm the founder of DeepLink. We are a startup, AI startup based at Epfl, and we are specialized in conversation, autonomous conversation. And I decided to make a focus on media because we are here for that. And as you know, now the good thing is that the people spend 2 hours per day to reading the press. So it's super cool for you because you are a specialist of media and you know that people spend a lot of time. Another good thing is that if you have a look on the digital content purchase, if you had the two things in red, we have more than the download of a video. So it's super cool. It's a lot of information. But the problem is, when you like the conversion, it's bad. 3 times bad than the luxury. So what it means that the people spend more money to buy a Rolex on the web than to buy an article on the web. So it's really a problem. So I know that you make a lot of tests, you make a lot of innovation, that we speak about innovation on it. So of course you make a content customization, you make infography, you make a different apps. I see that, for example, The Guardian make another app that you compare to the newspaper. Super cool, but you see that the rate is different. But nobody have tried the conversation. It's super cool to have a conversation with your newspaper. Imagine that you read an article, has a storytelling. We speak about storytelling, okay? But imagine you have a storytelling, and at any time you can stop and say, hey, you speak about fake news, but what is deep fake? Deep fake is for AI. Imagine the robot gives you this, and say, and you like AI? Oh yes, I want to know more. Okay, we have a super article for 10 pages about AI. Do you want to buy it? Yes. I would like to buy it for 5 or maybe 6 Swiss francs. It's the micro payment that you speak about on the round table. So imagine that you can do with this. And more of that, I decided to go on the 2 websites. It's for Le Monde and for The Guardian. And I just asked for the services. I say, hey, I have an issue with the support. For Le Monde, the first thing they give me, it's this one for the salmonellas in the Kinder. I say, no, it's not what I want. And for The Guardian, I have the link, and I click on the first one, and I just reach 1 page of the chatbot advertising. So I say, okay, it's not what I want. So really, the conversation and the support with the AI and with the discussion could be very helpful for you, just to be sure that the people come on your website and would like to have a discussion with your newspaper can stay here, and you will enrich to have your to achieve your goal about conversion. So okay, this is our motivation, is to revolutionize the customer experience with conversational web interface. And if you want to know more how we can do it with DeepLink, don't hesitate. We are on the stage, on the expo at the other floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jérôme. Indeed, you were with us today in the exhibition stand, but people can reach out to you after the session if they still want to. Great. I will now call Victor Christophe. Yeah, I get it. Sorry about that. Yeah, to present his young startup, actually, Demo Square, with technology that's coming out from an EPFL lab. And for me, this one is quite important because you're trying to bring transparency to our democratic system. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Munir. Hi, everyone. My name is Victor. I'm the founder of Demo Square. In recent years, we have unfortunately witnessed that the pillars of democracy have been shaken. And while there are many reasons to that, I think that one of them is the increasing complexity of the lawmaking process. There are more and more laws, more and more votes, more and more amendments, and all of them are more and more complex. As a result, citizens start to lack trust in public institutions, journalists and NGOs risk missing important information, and companies struggle to keep up with regulatory changes. Today, if you want to understand the status of a law, or if you want to understand how parliamentarians vote, say on climate regulations, you need to open 4 to 5 websites, you need to open a few PDF documents that usually are 100 pages long, and probably a couple of Excel sheets. And with all of that, you don't even have the full picture. So with DemoSquare, we are building an integrated, comprehensive, and efficient tool to analyze, process, and access political and legal data. The idea is to combine this data with external sources, such as news articles and social media, and to centralize that on our platform, so that as a DemoSquare user, you can then access and visualize this data through our interactive and user-friendly interface. Besides that, we also are developing machine learning algorithms and statistical models to enable you to extract unique and hidden insights automatically from this data. And then you can subscribe to political topics or items or parliamentarians' profile pages so that you get notified whenever there is an update. And we also provide you with voting predictions, speech analysis, and semantic search in legal documents. So our customers are saving time and money by eliminating the repetitive task of tracking the political process. They're also reducing the risks of missing important information, and they are increasing their impact by focusing on what truly matters to them. So really with DemoSquare, we are trying to build the dashboard of democracy, and by making this platform accessible and transparent, the idea is to really democratize democracy. If you are interested, you can come talk to me after the session or tomorrow morning at the startup booth, and don't hesitate to reach out by email at victor@demosquare.ch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor. So indeed, tomorrow morning at the startup stand, so please go and talk to Victor. It's a very interesting project. So I now have the pleasure to introduce Julia Zolotarenko from DCM Swiss. So DCM stands for Digital Content Marketplace. And I believe you will show us how emerging web technologies will maybe disrupt the content production and
hopefully,
echo chain. Thank you, Julia.
Yes, so hi again, my name is Julia, and I'm representing the company that is called Digital Content Marketplace. We're a marketplace for media business. So there are a lot of buzzwords lately around the Web3 and how it's going to replace the Web2, and mostly it revolves around the metaverse and use of NFT in pop culture, in art, etc. But that's not really what it is about. So this is my introduction, I will skip that. And today I'm going to talk about the media. Right now, media is going through a dramatic transformation. And the first aspect of that is that the media businesses are losing money. And that's why they're forced to shorten and decrease their newsrooms. And they're focusing on the specialists solely on the political and economical topics. And that's why other topics such as sport, lifestyle, and technical reviews, etc., are suffering. And also the existing political reviews and economical reviews, due to the shortened time given to journalists, are suffering because journalists are forced to recycle other information that is present online. And they do not do their own research as well. So the result of it, as we all know, is the lowered trust in media by the readers. Here are the numbers from the World Economic Forum released this year, and it says that nowadays the trust in media is at 19%, which is very dramatic. The solution that we are proposing is creating the free market for content between online publishers and journalists. We're calling it Digital Content Marketplace. The idea is that we have the marketplace where any journalist or any content creator can upload any kind of article, banner, video, any kind of information, and the publishers can find this information that are relevant to them and can purchase it online. What we also do is we introduce the quality control to this system. We do it by leveraging different technologies, such as, for example, AI to analyze for plagiarism, for fake news, for machine-generated text, and other technologies. Also, we're using the blockchain for the secure storage of the content and for its immutability. And also, we use the NFT for copyright protection and accountability to avoid the fake news once again. What we also do is we introduce the new ways to monetizing the content instead of banner ads, which is native advertising, which is very contextual. And also we're using NFTs as one of the promotional tools for the brands. And the NFTs are matching usually the content, and it appears in a widget within the website. So the users are not forced, as with banners, to leave for another website. They can do the purchase in widget. And that's what we're doing trying to do with Web3. We're trying to transform the media to help it to step up to the current state with the exchange of values. We believe that the content is the value, and we have the efficient new ways to evaluate the quality of this content and to help the journalists to improve. And that's what we are trying to do. We are bringing the media business to Web3. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. So Julia will be at the startup stand tomorrow morning and afternoon. So be sure to check out what she's bringing into the market. So for the final startup, I will now welcome on stage Alex Vettori from One World Online. So Alex I think you will tell us how interactive content is driving better engagement and with readers, and perhaps where the future is likely to take you. Thank you for being with us, Alex.
Thank you, Christian. We are one of the companies that moved from Silicon Valley to Switzerland for a reason, because we believe that Web3 will be happening here. As the previous company was speaking, Web3 is a new way to deliver in a decentralized way and serve the needs of publishers and creators and not the middlemen. And One Vote was essentially one of the steps in this direction. So the problem in the publishing industry is well known. Publishers don't make money, users don't get good content because advertisers are everywhere, and the advertiser is not happy either because the conversions are extremely low. So the solution that One Vote is offering, that we built for many years, is first and foremost engage people, then get this analytical data about what they really like, what they do, how they respond to the content, and then promote in a native way. And that's essentially the example of the publisher, San Francisco Examiner. We supplement their content with the interactive polls or some other interactive formats, native contextual advertising. And actually, the whole thing can be now packaged as a module, even the article itself, and can be delivered to any site in the world, not just this one site, but any site, as a widget. You probably heard about this technology. As a result, the conversions are much higher, engagement goes up, and the whole system actually works because people do spend time on the site. There are many formats, trivia, quizzes, debates, and could be open SDK to create your own. We build a system with a very powerful backend that also uses AI to analyze the context and match the poll question to the article. And there's incentives too, which we believe is part of Web3. Readers should be incentivized for what they're doing online, so not just readers, but the participants. There's a loyalty program. I can show it. We've come to our booth, but it's modular. It can be embedded into any website in the world in any language. There's a couple of case studies. One is Newsweek, our biggest US publisher, with a very nice metrics after deployment. And on the advertising side, we're showing the Babylon project, which was a hackathon promotion during COVID. We got results 5 times better conversions than Facebook, Google, and other legacy media, or legacy technology, I should say. And we have a truly international team for many years around all countries. Engineering team is in Ukraine, so you probably understand that we're getting the best quality given from people that can operate even under circumstances like today. And the world is moving towards native advertising. This is a very recent market study showing that the industry is moving native direction. And again, I want to play the Web3 story a little bit because our interactive format is the beginning, but that's what we built over these years. But as Julia said in the previous presentation, NFTs become another amazing type of content that can be delivered. That's a true Web3, because it's no longer just exchange of information, it's exchange of value. Somebody's selling NFTs, somebody's buying them, and publishers make their percentage from the commercial transactions happening on their site. I think it's huge, because it removes the usability problem, because people still have nice experience without all these pop-up banner ads, the Google style, which is considered completely obsoleted in 21st century. And on the other hand, there is a delivery of value, and the publishers make money. So it's a balance, it's the right balance. Good user experience, and they're still making money. So we are now very active in Switzerland. We work with 3 different cantons, Vaud, Geneva, and Neuchâtel, where we're based, but also German-speaking, and work with 4 different universities. We believe the IP is very important for the quality control, and analysis of the AI automatically. So thank you very much, and you can see us here.
Thank you so much, Alex. So indeed, you will be at the startup stand tomorrow. You were here today and tomorrow, so morning and afternoon. So please come down and discuss with Alex. So great. This actually concludes our session. So you had a look at quite a few technologies, quite a few innovations, quite a few storytelling techniques, and so on. It gives you a good, hopefully, a good understanding of what's happening and what's coming for the future. Talking about Web3 at the end, this is maybe the future of the internet, and it's good to have people looking into that, researchers, startups already now. So thank you so much to all the speakers. You've been perfect with timing and perfect in presenting your work. Thank you so much.
Merci Mounir. Et nous allons donc clore cette première session avec un invité spécial. Je demande à François Voloton de me rejoindre sur scène. On va pouvoir s'asseoir ici. Voilà, ici, on a l'embarras du choix. Et François est professeur ordinaire d'histoire contemporaine à l'université de Lausanne, et je lui ai demandé, après cette journée qui est faite finalement, vous avez vu, de types d'applications assez différentes, des choses qui sont dans le monde professionnel, des choses qui sont dans le monde académique, que nous prenions un petit moment en fait pour clore avec une vision peut-être un peu plus long terme, un peu plus large sur ces dynamiques d'innovation dans les médias, mais vues sur un plan, on va dire, historique. Donc peut-être François, pour commencer, ma première question, c'est ce futur finalement de la presse, à quoi ça ressemblait dans le passé?
Oui, d'abord, merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Donc, oui, c'est toujours bien de faire un petit pas de côté historique, mais aussi un petit pas de côté peut-être par rapport à d'autres éléments documentaires pour réfléchir sur cette question qui est en filigrane finalement des débats. Quel est l'avenir de la presse? Alors, c'est intéressant de voir que cette question, elle s'est posée à plusieurs spécialistes, à plusieurs praticiens. Et je voulais évoquer deux exemples. Le premier, c'est un texte de Jules Verne. Vous connaissez Jules Verne comme romancier. Il a écrit une petite nouvelle qui est ressortie un tout petit peu de l'oubli ces derniers temps. Une nouvelle qui s'appelle « La journée d'un journaliste américain » en 2890. C'est un très très joli texte dont je vous recommande la lecture. Et il est intéressant, donc Jules Verne, on est à la fin du 19e siècle, et lui dit, voilà, il se projette en 2890 et il imagine une rédaction qui ne reposera plus sur l'écrit, mais qui reposera sur la communication orale. Donc c'est quelque chose d'assez intéressant pour les personnes qui sont habituées traditionnellement à acheter l'information de manière isolée, on pourrait dire au numéro. Eh bien, ils vont pouvoir accéder à des sortes de cabines phonographiques et ils seront mis en relation avec un reporter qui leur lira les nouvelles. Et puis, les abonnés, qui évidemment ont droit en tant qu'abonnés à un service supplémentaire, eux, ils auront la possibilité d'avoir une information de manière plus rapide. Donc, dès le soir même, ils pourront avoir une communication avec un membre de la rédaction, mais en plus, ils pourront dialoguer avec lui et peut-être même avec un expert. Donc, je raconte cela parce que je trouve ce récit extrêmement intéressant. Il postule aussi que le reporter, plutôt le journaliste justement, ne soit plus un reporter, mais soit finalement simplement un collecteur d'informations qu'il retransmet oralement, donc avec une perte d'autonomie extrêmement grande et avec un enfermement dans le monde de la rédaction. Alors, je trouve ça très, très intéressant. Le but est évidemment pas du tout de développer cet aspect prémonitoire qu'on a porté à Jules Verne. Jules Verne est un véritable sociologue. Ce qui m'intéresse, c'est que justement, il met l'accent sur une transformation technique, qui est une transformation technique qui a été en fait ignorée ou passée largement sous silence par la plupart des analystes. La fin du 19e siècle, d'habitude, on la considère véritablement comme le règne de la grande presse, de la presse de masse, et une presse de masse qui est justement caractérisée par l'avènement du reporter, de celui qui va sur le terrain pour récolter de l'information. Et en fait, Verne, il se situe à un autre niveau en mettant l'accent sur une autre innovation technique fondamentale, qui est celle du téléphone, et du fait que ce téléphone va modifier fondamentalement sur le plan technique, dès le 19e siècle, la transformation de l'information, avec des possibilités de rapidité, mais également justement de communication interpersonnelle, qui changent totalement finalement les modalités du journalisme traditionnel. Donc à travers cette petite anecdote, je trouve qu'il y a un déplacement qui est tout à fait intéressant, disons, pour penser l'innovation technologique et la penser justement dans une perspective peut-être parfois un tout petit peu différente, pour nous dire que voilà, ce n'est évidemment pas ce qu'on a fait aujourd'hui, mais on a toujours la tentation peut-être d'être un peu myope et de se focaliser finalement sur un élément de l'innovation, alors que celle-ci est plurielle et touche peut-être à d'autres domaines auxquels on ne pense pas immédiatement.
En tout cas, on voit qu'il y a cette pression déjà de l'automatisation. C'est une chose qui est revenue en fait à plusieurs reprises aujourd'hui. L'envie peut-être pas d'avoir les machines intelligentes, mais d'automatiser des processus. Si on les automatise, quelles parties sont encore actives? Et donc il y a cette question de la solubilité en fait du journalisme dans l'automatisation, en gardant la portion la plus petite qui consiste encore à avoir un savoir-faire pas tant humain, hein, mais non décomposable. Et c'est intéressant que Jules Verne finalement essaye de réfléchir à ce qui peut constituer ou ne pas constituer des éléments de décomposabilité.
Voilà. Je voulais évoquer encore un deuxième élément qui nous rapproche de la Suisse romande, un autre texte qui est en fait une conférence que délivre Jean-Claude Nicole. Jean-Claude Nicole, grand patron de presse de la fin du dernier tiers la deuxième partie du XXe siècle, genevois, propriétaire et éditeur du quotidien La Suisse, et qui va faire en 1970 une conférence, cette fois au Club 44 à La Chaux-de-Fonds. C'est une conférence que vous pouvez retrouver, car les conférences ont été systématiquement enregistrées à partir des années 50. Et le thème de sa conférence, c'est la presse à l'aube du XXe siècle. Donc une réflexion prospective 30 ans auparavant. Alors bon, il mentionne toute une série un petit peu de gadgets. Il dit, il est à La Chaux-de-Fonds, nous aurons une montre qui nous permettra de lire le journal. Et puis, nous aurons une sorte de fax que l'on pourra greffer sur un écran et qui nous permettra d'avoir le journal à domicile. Voilà, bon. Alors là, on est un peu dans l'anticipation, mais ce que je trouvais intéressant par rapport à aujourd'hui, c'est qu'en fait, il dit, mais la plus grande innovation technique, en fait, elle se développe à tous les maillons de la production et de l'élaboration du journal. Et à travers la communication de cet après-midi, de notre collègue américain, en fait, je revoyais exactement les différentes strates d'innovation technique évoquées par Jean-Claude Nicole en 1970, en disant, mais finalement, les éléments fondamentaux, on les retrouve toujours au niveau de la production, de la distribution, du marketing et finalement de nouvelles formes de visualisation et de narration. Et ça, je trouve aussi très, très intéressant de voir qu'en 1970, finalement, il reprend sur le plan de l'innovation technologique exactement les mêmes éléments sur lesquels on a insisté à travers des points évidemment beaucoup plus contemporains.
Il y a une chose qui est venue aujourd'hui, c'est la question aussi des données, avoir des données, construire des données, et la tension qu'il y a entre ces données et des stories, comme on les a appelées aujourd'hui, le fait de construire une histoire, qui sont deux objets relativement différents. Et est-ce que cette arrivée finalement de grandes quantités de données qu'on pourrait d'une manière optimale transformer en histoire, ça c'est quelque chose de nouveau, ou est-ce que c'est quelque chose qu'on a de manière implicite ou explicite dans l'histoire des médias?
Bon, les médias travaillent toujours évidemment avec un flux d'informations extrêmement important, et donc bien sûr qu'en termes de quantité, on pourrait dire qu'aujourd'hui ce flux est plus important, mais je pense qu'on a toujours recherché ces informations pour ensuite justement les retravailler et leur donner en forme de storytelling. Là, le terme est évidemment anachronique pour certaines périodes, mais disons pour leur donner justement une efficacité et pour leur donner aussi d'une certaine manière une identité qui permet de se démarquer de la concurrence. Et ça, c'est un élément aussi que je voulais souligner. C'est vrai qu'on essaye toujours de travailler un petit peu sur l'innovation technologique en essayant de la mesurer, de la quantifier, en disant, ben voilà, dans la période contemporaine, les transformations sont plus importantes parce que, voilà, elles affectent des domaines qui sont beaucoup plus ouverts en ce qui concerne les modes de production et les modes de consommation. En fait, le regard historique montre que c'est très, très relatif et qu'en fait, presque cet aspect purement technologique, c'est finalement une question qui est davantage une question de croyance, comme ça l'a été dit aussi par Jérémy. Finalement, on y répondra de manière différente si on trouve que cette innovation technologique est plutôt favorable ou a des effets plutôt négatifs. Mais en s'enfermant, disons, dans ces considérations, on risque d'oublier des éléments qui, en fait, me semblent les éléments les plus fondamentaux, à savoir les éléments sociaux et politiques, et les éléments économiques. Donc les éléments sociaux et politiques, dans la mesure où pour moi l'un des grands enjeux par rapport à ce développement de la presse, du journalisme, c'est finalement, est-ce que le journaliste reste maître d'une certaine forme d'agenda setting par rapport justement à cette information plurielle et diversifiée, par rapport à des phénomènes d'automatisation et par rapport à l'algorithme pour aller très très vite. Donc ça, c'est un enjeu évidemment important et qui fait que, qui donne l'identité même du métier de journaliste, et que celle-ci, elle garde d'une certaine manière sa pérennité ou non. Et puis, il y a évidemment bien d'autres aspects sociaux et politiques sur lesquels il faudrait insister, liés tout simplement à l'autonomie de la presse. Mais je reprendrai juste l'exemple économique. Finalement, cet aspect technologique, il peut également engendrer comme risque, mais ce n'est pas propre à la situation directement contemporaine, qu'une logique de la demande devienne par trop prépondérante par rapport à la logique de l'offre, et que finalement la production de l'information se fasse en fonction des attentes du public, des attentes du public qui seront en plus renforcées par un modèle économique où, d'une certaine manière, le message commercial ou le message publicitaire sera lié aux mêmes goûts et aux mêmes intérêts. Donc finalement, ça c'est un enjeu tout à fait fondamental. C'est dans quelle mesure on arrive à maintenir une économie, et on pourrait dire presque un écosystème médiatique qui garantisse non seulement la liberté, non seulement la liberté de la presse, mais cette capacité du journaliste à faire prévaloir ses questionnements sur, encore une fois, des questions qui pourraient apparaître par des recherches automatiques, et d'un autre côté, un modèle économique qui ne serait pas uniquement assujetti à une logique de la demande.
Mais alors sur ce point, la grande difficulté, c'est qu'effectivement, l'optimisation de la pertinence, on voit bien que c'est sous-jacent à tous les modèles. Il faut que ce qui est donné à lire au lecteur soit maximalement intéressant pour lui. Et c'est très difficile de dire non, en fait, à cette question. Elle conduit automatiquement, presque à la personnalisation, donner l'information qui est le plus important localement. On se fixe ici sur une personnalisation qui est géographique, mais on voit bien que, on l'a vu dans d'autres domaines, il y a possibilité de personnaliser selon un historique, selon un profilage, selon des technologies qui sont de plus en plus pertinentes, certaines de la publicité, mais qui ici en fait s'appliquent non pas à de la publicité directement, mais à la pertinence d'un discours. Et il y a des formes justement d'automatisation qui permettent d'aller vers ceci. C'était implicite, je pense, sur tout ce qui s'est montré, sauf qu'évidemment, on perd, outre le risque peut-être intrinsèque sur le contenu en fait, que tu mentionnes, on perd aussi la référence commune. C'est-à-dire qu'on se retrouve dans une situation où le journal que je lis n'est pas le journal que tu lis, etc. Alors ça, il y a un enjeu sociologique de cette question. On ne peut plus se retrouver, comme on disait il y a quelques décennies, le lundi matin en comparant ce qu'on avait lu dans le journal, puisqu'on aurait lu des journaux différents. Mais on a vu dans le travail de Moderman en particulier, il y a un enjeu cette fois-ci patrimonial, historique, la possibilité difficile de reconstruire, d'extraire, de re-articuler des archives n'est possible parce qu'il y a encore cette notion de document. Le journal, il a ses différentes éditions, il y a des subtilités, mais il reste, disons, dans une forme de fixité. Du jour où on a quelque part ouvert cette question, la notion même de document stable s'effrite, et donc ça nous pose une question, puisqu'on est dans ces grandes perspectives, on est allé vers le passé. Si on se projette maintenant dans le futur, conférence de Digital Humanities en 2100, dans lequel on s'interroge sur la période étrange en fait de ces premières décennies du 21e siècle, est-ce que nous aurons des archives qui seront les acteurs qui voudront les constituer? Voilà. Qu'est-ce que tu penses de cette problématique-là?
En 3 minutes.
En plus, hein, je pense que ceux qui sont avec nous ici sont aussi ceux qui s'intéressent à cet élargissement.
C'est vraiment une question qui est fascinante. Moi, ce qui me frappe, c'est que les grandes rédactions ont toujours été très soucieuses de leur patrimoine. Non seulement, évidemment, dans la conservation de leurs collections, qui étaient des collections imprimées, mais en plus, les grandes rédactions, elles avaient justement un service d'archives photographique, hein, on y a fait référence tout à l'heure, mais également des archives qui, d'une certaine manière, réunissaient de la documentation de manière beaucoup plus générale. Et donc, l'idée même du journal, hein, indépendamment de cette question du document, était liée pas seulement à la production d'une information qui soit d'une certaine manière circonscrite dans une temporalité donnée, mais qui puisse d'une certaine manière constituer l'archive. Et ça, je pense que ça a beaucoup changé et que c'est en train de changer encore plus fondamentalement. Là, j'ai eu une discussion récente avec Jacques Pillet, donc figure journalistique bien connue de Suisse romande, créateur de l'hebdo, du nouveau quotidien. Et lui me racontait que justement, dans son expérience, alors il y a non seulement cette transformation du document, j'y reviendrai, mais surtout une sorte de perte de sensibilité aussi de la part des protagonistes journalistiques pour l'archive. Alors bon, en principe en partie pour des raisons techniques. Lui me disait par exemple que dès le moment où l'hebdo a migré en fait sur la photocomposition d'une certaine manière, sur l'informatique, non seulement il était possible d'avoir l'archive de la maquette du journal, mais également finalement de toute une série de choix rédactionnels. Donc on avait les différentes photographies qui d'une certaine manière étaient mises en concurrence pour illustrer telle ou telle thématique, et donc avec des contenus extrêmement riches quant à l'élaboration même du journal. Eh bien cette archive, elle a disparu. elle a disparu, elle n'a pas pu être récupérée. Et donc, même pour retrouver la matrice même du journal, du document, en fait, il a fallu passer par le détour du papier. Ce que je trouve en effet assez intéressant. Et puis maintenant, il y a cette nouvelle donne avec évidemment des journaux qui sont purement numériques, qui dépendent finalement de providers pour lesquels la question de l'archive n'a pas vraiment de pertinence. Ce qui est important, c'est de pouvoir garantir en tout cas une sorte de silo d'information sur certaines thématiques et à un moment donné, mais pas du tout dans une idée de conservation. Donc ça, je pense que c'est le prochain défi, et c'est ce qui va nous réunir, Frédéric, ces prochaines années, c'est de construire finalement la plateforme archivistique pour la presse d'aujourd'hui et de demain, et qui, alors bien sûr qu'on a encore quelques années, et puis Impresso pourra continuer quand même à travailler évidemment sur les collections numérisées d'archives papier, mais il va falloir travailler à l'archivage numérique d'une production numérique.
En tout cas, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'il y a ces deux temporalités et qui sont, enfin, que clairement, je pense que les journaux ont conscience. Et d'un côté, il y a une temporalité très courte de maximum de pertinence pour un maximum de, on va dire, d'efficacité aujourd'hui, mais les journaux savent, au moins inconsciemment, que ce qu'ils sont aujourd'hui, ce qui fait la différence du New York Times, du Washington Post, c'est quelque chose de très fragile, de très éphémère, qui est une marque, qui est une qualité et qui s'est construit autour d'outils qui sont des outils du temps long et des outils de l'archive interne. Alors, est-ce que cette conscience de la nécessité de perpétuer une mémoire, au moins en interne, sera suffisante pour que ça fasse patrimonialisation? Bon, bah ça, on verra bien. Je propose est-ce que vous profitez que François est avec nous pour cette session conclusive? Est-ce qu'il y a des questions dans la salle? Oui. Ah oui, présentez-vous. Alors je répète avant que tu répondes, François, juste pour ceux qui nous suivent sur Internet en streaming, qui n'ont peut-être pas entendu la question de Robin, c'est une question sur le langage journalistique dans une situation où il y a des textes générés et il y a une problématique de savoir ce qui sont les textes produits par des personnes et par des machines. Est-ce qu'on va assister à une uniformisation, une neutralisation du discours, ou au contraire une tentative, disons, d'échapper à un discours qui est, on va dire, régulé algorithmiquement en affirmant une forme de baroque de discours. Voilà.
Oui, bah, j'aime bien votre question. Je trouve qu'elle est tout à fait pertinente. Alors bon, ça rejoint aussi un peu ces deux modalités de l'écriture journalistique qu'on a voulu aussi très souvent distinguer, hein, finalement le journalisme qui est plus d'information, qui d'une certaine manière va reprendre la dépêche et l'organiser finalement de manière assez cosmétiquement différente, disons, de sa matrice originale ou originelle, et puis un journalisme davantage de commentaires, symbolisé par l'éditorial qui sera l'affirmation d'une position originale. Alors bon, ça c'est un petit peu disons, la division traditionnelle, on voit que depuis assez longtemps, elle a volé en éclats et que finalement les écritures journalistiques se sont considérablement diversifiées, qu'on ne peut pas résumer ça à cette dichotomie, et que finalement l'originalité, la spécificité journalistique, elle est quand même au cœur, disons, de la démarche professionnelle et rédactionnelle. Alors cela d'autant plus par rapport à toujours cette espèce de fantasme, qui n'est peut-être pas forcément uniquement un fantasme, que le journaliste pourrait être à terme remplacé en effet par la machine. Mais enfin, ce qui ne peut en effet qu'alimenter sa volonté, disons, de se distinguer. Maintenant, on retombe sur finalement une question qui pour moi est toujours politique. Je reviens au politique, je reprends des slogans qui sont d'une autre époque, mais je commence à être grisonnant également. Donc oui, tout cela est un enjeu politique dans la mesure où cette écriture aussi lisse et finalement l'effacement de l'aspérité journalistique, c'est quelque chose qui est dans un certain air du temps et qui est d'une certaine manière encouragé par un certain nombre de décideurs. Donc on en revient aussi à cette question. Enfin, comme vous, j'ai entendu un certain nombre d'hommes ou de femmes politiques disant voilà, le journaliste, il doit se limiter à finalement la mise en forme de dépêches. Alors voilà, de nouveau, pour moi, la question, elle est politique beaucoup plus que technologique.
Est-ce qu'on a une autre question ? Oui. De nouveau, pour ceux qui nous suivent sur Internet, donc voilà, je vais essayer de paraphraser un petit peu, c'est une question sur cette question d'offre et de demande, à quel point effectivement il y a une circularité, une capacité d'influencer les audiences à partir d'une offre journalistique nouvelle, ou au contraire, est-ce qu'il y a une résistance possible à ces propositions, et voilà, quelle est la part déterministe.
Bon, de toute manière, n'importe quelle production médiatique s'adresse à un public. Donc, cette question de la demande, elle est toujours essentielle. Et disons, une rédaction, un journal s'adresse à un public, va essayer de le toucher, pas forcément sur un étiage quantitatif qui soit le plus important possible, mais aussi par rapport à des segments de public. Et donc là, je dirais qu'il y a rien de très neuf. Maintenant, simplement, alors il est vrai qu'une nouvelle donne technique peut permettre une réponse de la demande qui va être beaucoup plus fine, à savoir que plutôt que justement privilégier un corpus rédactionnel incarné par un titre, eh bien finalement on va être amené à privilégier un certain nombre de thématiques extrêmement spécifiques sur la base desquelles vous allez pouvoir consommer ou être orienté sur tel ou tel type de production. Donc c'est à ce niveau-là, disons, qu'il me semble les choses changent. Et de nouveau, par rapport à ce que je disais sur les enjeux commerciaux, ces enjeux commerciaux sont évidemment présents dès le moment où il y a un commerce d'annonces qui se met en place dès les années 1830, donc dès la première moitié du 19e siècle, mais que évidemment ces effets deviennent d'autant plus forts si à la préférence pour l'une ou l'autre thématique est articulé de manière extrêmement précise un message commercial qui est étroitement corrélé à ce type de préférence. Donc c'est là où il y a pour moi un certain nombre de transformations quand même par rapport à l'évolution contemporaine, même si les dynamiques structurelles restent assez similaires.
Merci beaucoup François. Je pense qu'on va clore ici. Je suis très heureux qu'on ait pu mener cette session aussi de cette manière, parce que l'esprit, enfin, le pari de ces dhdays, c'est d'essayer en fait de mettre ensemble des choses assez hétéroclites, des gens qui sont dans le travail, dans la quotidiennité de la professionnalité, qui doivent prendre des décisions économiques dans des contextes professionnels, ceux qui produisent des technologies à la recherche d'usages, qui ont eux-mêmes des projections de ce qui constitue leur pertinence, mais qui des fois aussi le moteur est un moteur technologique dans la capacité en fait de faire les choses, et puis la capacité de jeter des regards non seulement sociologiques, politiques, historiques, en prenant des distances plus grandes, et avoir ces différents points de vue ensemble dans un même espace. Voilà, c'est quelque chose qu'on aimerait pouvoir continuer à maintenir, et c'est, je pense, un peu ça l'esprit des humanités numériques telles qu'on les conçoit un peu sur le campus lausannois. Demain, on va essayer la même expérience sur deux autres thématiques, sur l'éducation, pareil, autour être dans le concret des pratiques, mais aussi dans la capacité en fait à imaginer d'autres manières d'apprendre ou d'enseigner. Et puis, durant l'après-midi, autour du patrimoine, autour de la question des musées, et puis avant, autour d'autres formes de patrimonialisation, qui est en particulier la question du patrimoine vidéoludique, la capacité que nous avons à éventuellement préserver une partie culturelle importante de la vie d'un certain nombre de notre génération, qui n'est pas encore considérée de manière traditionnelle comme un élément de patrimoine, et dans lequel il n'y a que quelques acteurs qui sont des acteurs qui s'efforcent, avec beaucoup de difficultés, de sauvegarder de la destruction mémorielle. Et on a la chance d'avoir la plupart de ces acteurs autour de la table et dans des dialogues qui vont continuer demain. Je vous réinvite aussi à prendre du temps de discuter avec les personnes qui ont présenté pour les startups, les projets, un certain nombre d'autres projets qui ne sont pas montés sur scène, mais qui décrivent les aspects de patrimoine, sur la ville de Lausanne par exemple, sur les questions du Montreux Jazz Festival, les formations universitaires qui sont menées à l'UNIL et à l'EPFL sur les questions d'humanité numérique, complémentaires, différentes, mais qui présentent ensemble. Et puis, comme c'est aussi une question de communauté, vous avez deux outils, deux objets dont vous devez vous saisir. Un, c'est de prendre le directories, le dhdays directories, qui essaye de montrer simplement une liste avec les biographies et les diversités des membres qui forment la communauté lausannoise étendue, des personnes qui se sentent liées à cette communauté aussi, ainsi que l'ensemble des biographies des intervenants. Et puis, nous avons un photographe qui a un stand qui est disponible, et je vous invite très fortement de prendre quelques minutes pour venir vous faire photographier demain dans la journée, de manière à ce que cette communauté elle-même s'inscrive comme un rendez-vous dans cet espace aux couleurs des dhdays. Donc profitez de cette capacité d'inscrire ce moment aussi dans une mémoire. Je vous souhaite une excellente soirée et au plaisir de vous revoir demain.